Let's face it, buying a vehicle should be straightforward and stress-free, and that's exactly how Two Rivers Ford has been doing business for decades. This locally owned dealership has a non-commissioned sales team whose only focus is to find you the right vehicle at the right price without the pressure. So you'll actually have a fun car buying experience. Great prices, easy financing, and a non-commissioned sales team. Two Rivers Ford, the South's most trusted Ford dealer. We've got the second quarterback benching of the season. We're going to see another one of these rookies get out there and make some starts. The Cleveland Browns have officially moved on from is he elite or is he not elite Joe Flacco. And it will be Dillon Gabriel who will take over in Cleveland. So now the starting quarterbacks that are of the 2025 class are Cam Ward, Jackson Dart as first rounders, and Dillon Gabriel takes over for the Browns franchise. Shador remains QB3, Flacco back to backup, and we will see if that makes any kind of a difference for the Browns franchise at this point. 615-737-1045 is the number. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch is how you interact with the FNM Bank chat. If you are so inclined, what are you two giggling about?
Nothing. Joe Flacco's been awful this year. 2 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and a rookie quarterback, a new rookie quarterback, has entered the chat. Dillon Gabriel, in a season that is not heavily dominated by rookie QBs the way it was last year. Now, Dillon Gabriel involved, obviously Cam Ward, and we'll see if Tyler Shuck gets his opportunity. Is there anybody else out there Jackson Dart, obviously, got his first career start. Are there any other rookie quarterbacks that potentially could make any sort of impact this year? Will Howard?
Like barring injury? Are injuries included in this?
Yeah, no.
Is Will Howard on the active roster?
He broke his hand in preseason, so I think he is currently and I think Mason would come in before him, and I think it's the same deal with Jalen Milroe, because if Sam Darnold got hurt, Milroe would come in, but I think they have someone else backing him up. I would have to check on that.
Is Drew Lock back in Seattle?
There you go. Bingo. Thank you.
So, we will see what happens in Cleveland. I don't think the Browns are awful. Like, whose roster is worse, Titans or Browns? Clearly the Titans, right?
Yeah.
Whose roster is worse, Giants or Browns?
Ooh, I'd say the Browns rosters. I think I like what the Giants have. The Malik Neighbors injury takes a huge hit to that.
So, I mean, on face value, though, let's just assume, obviously Malik Neighbors is done for the year. He tore his ACL on Sunday.
Both of those defenses can straight up win you games. The Browns, and they have. I mean, literally, they have this season.
They can't straight up win you games, but I understand your point. Like,
go back and watch that Packers-Browns game. That Browns defense won that game.
They have cheat codes on defense the way that the Titans do not have a cheat. I mean, I guess Jeffrey is as close as you can get, but Jeff Simmons, even as good as he has been through the first 4 games of this season, is still not Myles Garrett level talent. I think that Jeff, on one side, Dexter Lawrence is as good as Jeffrey Simmons. In fact, he has had a better career to date than Jeffrey Simmons has. As a 2019, at least in terms of like individual statistical success. Jeff has been on teams that have made it further in the postseason, obviously, but Dexter Lawrence, prior to this year, has been a superior player to Jeffrey. We'll see what happens in 2025, obviously, many more games to play. And Dexter Lawrence has not had a good start to the season, except he looked more like himself on Sunday against the Chargers.
Do you see the next-gen stats on Jeff's sack of C.J. Stroud Sunday?
It was like the second fastest sack in the next-gen stats era, right?
Yes.
Something like that?
He got to C.J. Stroud in 2.09 seconds, the fastest sack league-wide over the last 2 years. He crossed the line of scrimmage 0.32 seconds after the snap, which is the fastest get-off time by a defensive tackle this season. It was crazy. It was like an optical illusion. He just teleported into the backfield.
Well, it didn't even, like, if you watch it, from the various angles that the Titans put out of it and, you know, Next Gen Stats put out of it, the NFL picked it up because obviously it was impressive. It doesn't even, like, he's obviously moving at a high rate of speed, but he just kind of grabs CJ and falls. Like, it's not like he smoked CJ Stroud, right? It's not like the hit that Cedric Gray had on CJ Stroud where it's just it's a clean hit, but it is just a direct shot to the ribs that obviously knocked Stroud over in that game. To his credit, he toughed it out and didn't take a play off. But it's just like seeing somebody who, you know, knows the snap count, getting ahead of everybody else. He beat the offensive lineman off the snap. So pretty impressive by Jeffrey Simmons, but we don't need to relitigate that. So NFL Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year odds. We will see what becomes of Dylan Gabriel at this point in time. He's currently plus 3,000. If you're looking at DraftKings Sportsbook, Emeka Ibuka is the leader in the clubhouse at plus 250. Then Genty, Amarian Hampton, Dart, Tyler Warren, Tet McMillan, Quinshad Judkins, and you have to go to 8th before you find Cameron Ward at plus 2,200. I'm sure it depends on what book you have. I'm sure there's somewhere between plus 2,000 and plus 2,500. Somewhere in that ballpark. Either way, far from favored. And, you know, as we'll talk about in the next segment, he's getting worse statistically. He's going to speak today, Cam Ward. We'll carry Brian Callahan's press conference. It's scheduled for 11:50. We'll see at what time the coach actually gets to the podium. I suppose we should just plan on having it at noon. But I'd be curious to ask him today when I head out there, Lucas, like where, because he's not going to look at that performance on Houston and sugarcoat it. He's going to look at it and say, yeah, he said it already. Ass, right? We weren't even in there when he said that. Jeff Simmons started talking in the locker room in Houston as Cam Ward was being brought to the podium, stayed for a couple of questions. And Jeff, it was just Cam Ward and one Houston reporter. And at the start of the postgame press conference, Houston reporter asked him how he individually performed, and he just flatly gave the answer of ass. So we know that Cam Ward's not going to sugarcoat it, but the thing that I want to know from Cam today is, all right, where do you think you're making progress, like during the week versus the implementation of it in a game, and where is the gulf? Like, how far apart are you on those two things? Because he is statistically getting worse in game.
Yeah, the concerning thing about Sunday is that it's not like he was under duress the way he was under duress in those first couple of games. It's a really good pass rush. It's one of the best in the NFL, but I can pull up how many QB hits he took on Sunday, but it certainly wasn't the number that he saw early in the season. And it's the first time I feel like there were just accuracy issues from Cam Ward, where you could just say multiple times, okay, he just missed that guy, as opposed to a Calvin Ridley drop or Cam having no time or what have you, or a penalty on setting up a 3rd and 20. The Texans hit Cam Ward 7 times.
It's a lot. 615-737-1045 is how you join the conversation. So just to keep it on the theme of the rookie quarterbacks, we know obviously that Cam Ward's next couple of games these aren't world beaters. Geno Smith looks bad. I don't know how much Raiders you guys have watched here in the last couple of weeks, but Geno Smith has been poor. He just can't stop turning the ball over. I think he already has 7 interceptions.
Yeah.
At this point in time, the Cardinals offense, they don't, him and Marvin Harrison, Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr. don't look like they're on the same page. I know they got it together late to push the Seahawks in that Thursday night football game, but that offense looked worse than the Titans offense for basically, 3 quarters. And then, all of a sudden they pull 20 points out of their butt and Kyler Murray can do things on a football field that Cam Ward can't.
They're trying to figure it out without James Conner, too.
They don't have their rushing attack.
Kyler Murray is their best option running the football right now. He was their lead rusher in that Thursday night game. So they're figuring some things out, and a lot of their struggles came from just a weirdly terrible first 3 quarters by Marvin Harrison Jr. He just seemed off. One of Kyler's interceptions came off a Marvin Harrison Jr. drop that just got tipped up in the air and easily picked off.
Oh, no.
What?
I just saw what Dylan Gabriel's first start is going to be.
Yeah, in London.
Against the Vikings.
Yeah, Vikings defense in London. Yeah. Welcome. Good luck, kid.
No.
Got to fly across the pond.
Oh, my God.
And play at 8:30 a.m. Central Time.
So Vikings in London at Steelers, home Dolphins, at Patriots are the next 3 for Cleveland. I'm curious to see what the Giants schedule looks like too for Jackson Dart as we move forward. At Saints, home Eagles, at Broncos. Not fun. So we will see what becomes of these rookie quarterbacks and how the dialogue changes. And we talked about it yesterday. And not to bring back the conversation, but the roundabout discussion of were the Titans better off taking Cam Ward, or should the Titans have traded the number 1 overall pick and tried to do what New York is more effectively doing? But again, the Giants already had more on their roster than the Titans did. The Titans are just in this unbelievable hole that they're going to have to spend time digging themselves out of. So I don't know if it's even a conversation worth having, because obviously those 2 players aren't in the same situation. For Dylan Gabriel, I don't know what I expect from him. He's so small, and he's not like he's super mobile. That's the thing about these sub 6 foot quarterbacks. That's always curious to me is how much of your playbook has to change. Like Joe Flacco is what, 6'5", 6'6"? Like, you're going to be able to see things on a football field if you're Joe Flacco that Dylan Gabriel's just not going to have any concept of, because he's playing behind a much bigger offensive line. I know that's not highly analytical or strategic, but I wonder how much Cleveland's playbook changes with Dylan Gabriel at quarterback without Joe Flacco, because they're very different players.
Hard to get much worse than what they've been on offense. They've been dreadful the last few weeks.
Oh, I want to look up success rate for offenses, because I know the Titans are at the bottom, but I'd be curious to know just how bad the Browns have been. I haven't suffered through a full Browns game other than watching condensed versions on Game Pass. But let's talk about Cam Ward next. Let's talk about regression. You'll hear from Brian Callahan. I'm Buck Rising. It's 104.5 The Zone. Welcome back to the show. Fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, the best hot chicken in the world. Banger. Robert and Lucas were arguing, at the risk of lighting the F&M Bank chat on fire again, who has more bangers in their repertoire, Shakira or Kid Rock?
That's not a bad Shakira.
It's deeply offensive.
Hey-oh. Waka waka.
Shut up. Don't ruin Shakira for me. I will hear the argument for Kid Rock.
Kid Rock's got some bangers, man.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm just talking about bangers. You're out. Maybe a boat. I think we should just pick a neutral field.
If you're saying boat, you can't go anywhere but Shakira.
That's like saying, like, all right, you're on a boat. Did you
just
Jimmy
hear
Buffett
the song that you came back with?
Okay, no, that's what I'm saying. I would not want to hear that song on a boat.
Oh, my God, yes.
No. You have no opinion in this. This is flatly... We're going to pick a neutral field. Where would you want to hear either one of these?
Okay, you're just driving. You're on a road trip, and you're just killing time.
Okay, is someone in the car with you? Would you like to sing these?
It's just you.
No, you're solo.
Okay.
You're solo, so you can just be embarrassing and cringy and shout the words and do whatever you want.
Well, that's going to be a little hard because I don't know. Hey, I don't know how to do that. I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, but if I'm driving, it's wherever, whenever.
No, I would want to do bow with the ball, the dang, diggy, diggy, when the boogie, did up, jump the boogie.
Oh, you're right.
Bow.
That's much more translatable.
Yes,
than
that is
what
much.
you just mocked Shakira.
Did I not just say every word he said in the same way?
Yeah, but it's just nonsense. Like it doesn't mean that it just because it's more articulate doesn't mean that it's
I'm able to
comprehensible.
articulate his nonsense.
I do like that song.
I think that it's again. I will hear the argument for Kid Rock. I am not anti Kid Rock catalog.
Tyler says, "Oh no, don't start this again."
All right. God knows we'll have all manner of to America's callers. Well, it'll just be the one-sided.
Who has the better catalog, Beyonce or Hank Williams Jr.? Like just
615-737.
set everyone on fire.
You idiots wanted to make that a poll for my Twitter account.
Yes,
just
I would
nuke me.
I would still love to see that come out from your account.
So we're going to talk about Cam Ward's regression, or is Cam Ward regressing, here in just a second. If you have thoughts on that matter, 615-737-1045. That and only that. I don't want to take your calls on Kid Rock or Shakira. But I do have to bring this up because it is, insult to injury, all right, is just kind of where we're at with the Titans generally. And Kaharski had a piece up at his website, paulkaharski.com, that just went up this morning. Titans ticket rep tells potential customer, quote, "Our fan base is very happy." And I'm just going to read it because it's not long. Titans are 0-4, carry a 10-game losing streak, but a ticket representative pushing a sale for the new Nissan Stadium set to open in 2027 assured one potential customer in a text Tuesday that fans, quote, "are very happy." The message came in response to the potential customer's complaints about the 2024 firing of Mike Vrabel, forcing the team further into a rebuild. You show loyalty and you'll get loyalty, the customer wrote, continuing, "I'm just a messenger." This is the response. We are 75% sold out of the new stadium. We just from the ticket rep. We just converted all of our current members over. So our fan base is very happy, exclamation point, followed by your standard reply stop to opt out of these texts. Robert, you brought up something important before I laugh out loud at how bad they are at this.
Yeah, I wondered if that was AI. Because that seemed like a little bit of a slap in the face. In sales, you do not want to spit in the face of the person that you're trying to get money from.
No, this is not a fan base that needs active antagonization at this point.
So it was poor tone and a poor decision if it was not AI. But if it was AI, I think there needs to be a little bit of separation where it's like, okay, the tone was not what it was meant. It was AI. So that would be a good clarification if we could get that from someone.
Because since there has been commentary provided by Kate Guerra, who is the Titans Vice President of Communications and Corporate Affairs. So they have Everett Geerlings, who is the football PR, and then you have Kate, who is the corporate PR at this point. And she sent Paul a message saying, "Thank you for flagging this. We missed the mark in a big way. These comments have been addressed, and we will do better." So it's really bad. Now, Kate's response does not indicate whether it was an automated message, artificial intelligence, or if it was an actual human being on the other side of that text, because if there's an actual human being on the other side of that text, that's insane. That's insane.
And we're hiring producers if you have any radio experience.
Yeah, because you are not long for...
Well, actually, never mind. I don't want you screening our calls.
I was going to say.
I don't. Our hosts are perfectly happy with their own opinions. They don't need yours.
Well, I mean, that would probably save me some time, to be honest.
Be that as it may. Yeah, maybe I should adopt that for you.
I was about to say, you would save both of us a tremendous amount of time if you just started outsourcing that. PK writes, even if it's a rogue rep, it's a revealing message. Someone in the organization feels that way about the team's priorities, focus, and misunderstanding of what the people they ask to spend big dollars want. So, again, we don't know if it's a real person. PK is treating it like it's a real person. Kate's commentary did not provide context to whether it's AI or not, but it is, I mean, just... They cannot stop peeing down their leg in any way, shape, or form. It's insane to me. All right, let's talk about this quarterback. Do we think Cam Ward's regressed? Yes or no? Around the room.
Yeah, as in, did he look like, okay, I think he looked worse in week 4 than he did in week 1. So I suppose by definition, yes. Although also, we're 4 games in and we knew it wasn't going to be linear, right? Like a rookie quarterback's development. It's not quite that simple.
You would like it to be, but it doesn't have to be. You're correct.
So by definition, yes. But it could also be a little more complicated than that. He is in, I would be more comfortable saying it feels like he is in serious danger of regressing significantly and starting to establish some bad habits because of what he's surrounded by or what he's not surrounded by.
Well, that question was asked of Brian Callahan on Monday. Callahan will speak again on Wednesday. This was the head coach and a couple of follow-ups about Cam Ward specifically and the idea of regression.
I think it would be hard to put a regression tag on 4 starts. I think that would be tough. I think he's learning every time he goes out there. I thought there was some really incredible moments over the second half of the Indy game with the amount of things that he saw, how he responded to them, the management of it, knowing where the answers are, understanding how to protect himself, understanding where the ball needs to go. I think there's definitely he's got to keep improving. There's always the timing and accuracy portion of the passing game tied in with the footwork that are all kind of things we continue to work on. It's hard to play quarterback in the NFL, and he's had to learn some tough lessons, I think. But he's also incredibly willing and incredibly passionate about trying to do things the way that you need to do it. He's understanding what it takes to play NFL quarterback. And again, through 4 games, he's seen a lot of different things in 4 games. The schemes, the rushers, the style, the defenses that we played, all very different, all very good. And he's only going to get better every time he sees those things.
You talk about the timing. Does it have more to do with getting the ball out or timing with receivers? Or where is the timing right now?
It's all of that, and some of it's depending on the play. It's not a one time thing or an all the time thing. There's spots where within a concept of just understanding when to move on, how quick to move on, where to progress, what's the next thing, and how fast does that have to happen. So all of those things are things that it's constantly going to be coached, and you don't just arrive in the NFL a perfect product like that. And but man, he puts the time into it. He works at it, and he understands it. And now it's just to continue to build on the things that he's done well and to keep stacking that stuff.
Yesterday, it felt like yesterday his accuracy and then ball security was a little off from previous weeks. Do you have to guard against that when you're not scoring points against an offense, you're not winning games? The young quarterback in particular tries to do too much and do it all on himself.
I think that's a great way to put it. You always that's a lot of players. It's a lot of players that know they can be really impactful in games, and they get into moments where they feel like they need to do something other than what's asked of the job. Whatever that coverage or play or what's asked of them to do in that particular down. You always have to be mindful of that, and especially at the quarterback position, because you do feel at that spot some pressure to do more when really that's not what we need, from a down-to-down basis from Cam. We just need him to do his part as one of the 11 guys on the field, and again, got to do things around him better too. But you always want to be careful of trying to do too much. It's usually when bad things happen, when you try to make a bigger play or a more exciting play because you think you have to.
All right. So that's Brian Callahan speaking on Monday about Cam Ward. Now, some context here. He was 10 of 26 for 108 yards. He had the tip drill pick where he was flush from the pocket. He's throwing off platform. He sidearms it. Ellick might have had a shot at it, but ultimately doesn't come down with it. That was his worst statistical output of any game that he's played. 4 games, understand it's a small sample size, and I do agree with Callahan that it would be tough to put a regression tag on it. And that's kind of brings me back to where we started at the top of the show, Lucas, is I want to know where he feels like he's making progress during the week and with mechanics and with footwork and what he's seeing from defenses. And if that's just simply, stuff gets way more real in games and it's easy to rep these things in practice and way harder against the Texans defense. Because the other part is, I don't want to make excuses for them, but he is facing a really tough first 4 games. We didn't know what the Colts were going to be. The Colts defense aren't world beaters, but they're good enough to bludgeon you, and they got ahead. They got a lead, and you couldn't really push back on that. Denver, the Rams, and Houston are 3 of the top 10 defenses in terms of sack percentage this season. Titans play a big part in that because now Cam Ward has been sacked 17 times. Through the first 4 games of the season. J.C. Latham's injury has also impacted them. Kevin Zeitler missing the bulk of a game has also impacted them. He holds the ball also way too long, 2.96 seconds, according to Next Gen Stats. It's the 7th slowest time to throw among qualified passers who have started games this year.
Yeah, you want to see also a leap at some point, right? Like, ideally, you want to see a moment within his rookie season where it's tangible, that he understands what he's seeing and he's executing at a higher level, right? Any sort of week-to-week leap that we saw last year early in the season with Jaden Daniels. Bo Nix had a slow start to the season last year with the Broncos. And there were moments, though, once you got a few weeks in where you started to see it click and it was right there in front of you. I worry that the Titans just don't have what they need to set him up for us to see that, if that makes sense.
I mean, obviously they don't.
It's like, how do you then improve as a rookie quarterback when you're just having to make up for so much of that so often? Especially if J.C. Latham misses another week. And we'll see what the injury report looks like today, coming out later this afternoon. But they've got to get him back in the lineup just to have a semblance of the offensive line that you thought you were going to have coming into the season. And obviously it has to be much better as well. But you just want them so badly to be better around him, not just for the sake of winning games, but for the sake of giving the quarterback a chance to show that progress.
And even when Latham comes back, like, we're not going to see that. It's not going to be an immediate turnaround. JC hasn't played, and he played like what? 2.5 quarters in Denver? When did JC get hurt in that Denver game?
Yeah, third quarter.
Third quarter. So 2.5 quarters. It's been a while since he's been out there. The problem is not only does he have to be out there, they have to play together as a unit. Like, offensive line play is about continuity. It's about understanding the rhythms, the movements, the calls, the protections, all the different things, not just of the quarterback that's behind you, but of the 5 guys or the 4 guys that you're next to at any point on the line. They have not had the opportunity to play as a unit, save 2.5 quarters in Denver. And even then, JC was still dealing with the hip strain because that happened at some point between the first preseason game and the second preseason game. That was an early preseason injury or training camp injury for Latham. 615-737-1045 is the number. To Lucas's point, though, it's that we feel that we're on the precipice of this thing. And Blaine has brought this up on Cover 2. Ben Jones and Brett Kern, when they're in there, Nate Washington, all 3 of them, former players, obviously, have talked about the idea of him getting set in bad habits because he's pressing. And he feels, I won't say that he feels desperate, but he's clearly frustrated. I wonder when the last time Cam Ward's been shut out of a game.
Yeah, definitely did not happen last year. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know
if that's ever happened to Cam Ward. Because we asked him if this is the toughest stretch of his football career, and he kind of shrugged it off a little bit and said, I mean, there's been tough stretches of my career dating back to my high school days, but I don't think anybody has asked him whether he's ever been shut out in a game before.
Yeah, he's been through stretches. His last year at Washington State, they weren't very good. They didn't make a bowl game. They lost 6 games in a row. But looking at their 2022 schedule, yeah, the lowest scoring output I've seen from a Cam Ward quarterbacked team is 2022 Washington State, 6 points in their season finale against the LA Bowl against Fresno State.
Austin.
So, unless it happened at Incarnate Word or in high school, yeah, I don't see it.
Austin is calling us from Lynchburg.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I really don't think he's regressed. I think he was set up for failure from the get-go. I mean, the personnel around him is just not NFL level. You go inside Dan Moore, pay him $82 million, and he let up, I think, 13 sacks last year. I think he was just kind of set up for failure from the get-go. I mean, Ridley can't catch a ball. Ridley can't catch COVID. That's just my thoughts. I'll hang up and listen.
Thank you for the call, Austin. I mean, they are failing around him, but we can all acknowledge that they did set out this offseason to set him up for success. Zeitler and Dan Moore, whether or not they have performed up to the level of expectation, and the answer to that would be no. Although, to Dan Moore's credit, the first 2 games were bad. I felt better about Dan Moore, understanding that he was playing through illness in the second 2 games, but there's still, there are problems everywhere. So I'm sure as hell not going to sunshine pump you on the situation.
Offensive line is playing well below expectation.
Yes, I think that is the fairest way to say it. They did go out and we understood that this was a rebuilt offensive line, and the rebuilt offensive line has not come to fruition the way that you would like. Calvin Ridley has obviously failed. We all understood Calvin Ridley wasn't dropping balls in training camp, so there was no way. He played in only 1 preseason game, so there was no way to have any concept of just how far short of expectation Calvin Ridley would fall. Robert, you have something?
Yeah, when that fella called in, these phones are kind of bad as far as me hearing what people are saying. So I got him in the hopper, Austin, Lynchburg, got it. What do you want to talk about, buddy? What he said was, I want to talk about if Cam Ward has regressed or not. What I heard was, I want to talk about Cam Ward as a restaurant. And it made me think, if Cam Ward was a restaurant, what would he be?
Wingstop.
Yeah, he's got that endorsement deal.
See,
discussion over.
That's lazy. See, I think he would be at Chili's.
Why?
Because when you go to Chili's, you're not really expecting a whole lot. Like, they have a flashy menu, the molten lava cake, the crispers. But when you go there, it's just okay. It's just all right. Like, you don't go to Chili's for 5-star dining, but you do understand that you will get a 2.5-star meal. I think
you go for the fundamentals.
Yeah, right now I think Cam Ward is Chili's. I would be willing to take other suggestions, though. 615-737-1045.
All right, so if I'm not going to go with, as Robert described it, the lazy answer, which is the restaurant that he has the endorsement with, what would I go with? Fast casual. So you're going fast casual with Cam Ward.
Right. Justin just noted that it is the restaurant that has the potential to be really good. Chili's has the potential to be awesome.
Okay. Let's not.
Come on. You ever went for a triple dipper?
Yeah, fine dining.
Dude, triple dipper?
I have not been to Chili's. I couldn't tell you.
Baby back ribs? It's what put them on the map. When they're good, they're good.
All right, I'm not going to slander Chili's because I haven't been there in a long time, so maybe Chili's is not what I'm associating it with.
And maybe they want to spend money with the show. So at Chili's, if you're out there.
Well, we already have our hot chicken overlords.
Oh, that's right. Get the hell out of here. We don't want those chicken crispers. They taste like crap.
Yeah, I'm all set on
They're
Chili's.
nothing compared to Hattie B's.
Correct. I'm going tonight to Hattie B's.
Where's the invite? We have primetime. We can do the show primetime from Hattie B's.
Okay. Why is your voice getting so high-pitched?
Yeah, when I get excited.
The idea of hot chicken just...
The idea of not having to work and getting to eat hot chicken.
What kind of restaurant would Cam Ward be with good potential but poor results? I don't want to slander any restaurants here necessarily. Oh, okay.
Cracker Barrel.
How about No, Cracker Barrel.
See, Cracker Barrel's run its
Your
course.
standards are so low.
I feel like Joe Flacco is Cracker Barrel.
Chili's
You're right.
Cracker
Joe
Barrel.
Flacco's
is
washed
Cracker
up.
Barrel.
Washed up.
He is out of his heyday.
Yes.
The checkers are no longer
You're
out.
right.
The fire pit is not lit.
You're absolutely right. Joe Flacco's Cracker
Yeah, when's the
Barrel.
last time you've seen a fire in the fireplace at Cracker Barrel?
Oh, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
Who would cook? God, now this is all I'm going to want to do all day is figure out what restaurants NFL quarterbacks are.
All right. What about this one?
Let's hear it.
Have you, Lucas, you haven't been to Pilato yet.
I have.
Okay. So Pilato is an Italian restaurant in Germantown.
I know where you're going with this.
They have another concept within the same hospitality group called Luogo here in a Gulch. Luogo is excellent. Pilato is not. I don't know if I'm just a snob because Nashville didn't have good Italian food for the longest, and now we've got some options to where we've raised the floor about this. But I went to Pilato with high expectations because I like pasta and I like the different kinds of appetizers or small plates that they would have, whether it's meatballs, whether it's polenta, the polenta dish that they have. Like, these are all things that in theory I would like, but then I was just kind of left a little disappointed.
I
love Luogo.
I thought you were going to go with they give you small portions. You get a taste of what Cam Ward could be, but you don't get the full. Don't get the full menu.
That's where I
that
thought you were.
That would have answer because Lucas hates small plates.
Come on, give me the food.
Just generally as a concept.
Just charge me. I will pay for it.
Yeah.
So
no, but that would have been a much better way to put it. Like, you see it, it's there.
No, I'm fine with the portion size. Like, I don't want more food than that. That's too much food. Like, if you order like 4 or 5 of those things, that's way too much.
You a bird?
Yes.
Here, one meatball.
Yeah, that's fine.
$30.
That's how I eat.
They have good food.
You are correct. It's fine. It's fine. Cam Ward has not been fine, though. Cam Ward has been. It started fine, and now it's getting worse, which is kind of where we're at. Oh, my God, the amount of calls. I suppose we can get to that later, but we have SEC observations next.
Let's talk about carnage after week 5 in the SEC. Ole Miss is up. LSU is down. Georgia thought to be at the top of the heap. Not so fast, says Alabama. They go to Athens, even getting shut out in the second half. Ty Simpson, calm, cool, and collected. Bama wins 24-21. Auburn fans want Hugh Freeze fired after losing to Texas A&M on the road, even though Auburn put up a good fight against what could be the best team in the SEC. Coming weeks will decide that. Florida fans obviously want Billy Napier fired. Texas fans aren't terribly thrilled with the state of the offense currently. They both were off last weekend. They go head-to-head in Gainesville this weekend. Let's begin with Ole Miss, who is finding themselves at the top of a lot of power rankings being put out there across the Southeastern Conference. I mean, it's such a perfect encapsulation of how the SEC season has gone, where the teams that were expected to be dominant have not been that. Texas, LSU, Alabama, with that week 1 loss in consideration. And Ole Miss, while expected to be good and with their eye on the college football playoff, was expected to do it with Austin Simmons at quarterback, not the Ferris State transfer, Trinidad Chambliss, who was awesome against LSU. 23 of 39, 314, a touchdown, an interception, and 71 rush yards.
We really can't say the name Trinidad Chambliss enough.
You need to put your pinky up when you say it.
I mean, it's an all-time SEC quarterback name.
Bougie water bottle. This seems like a bottle that this should be a water bottle called Trinidad Chambliss.
I'm trying to think of recent quarterbacks in the SEC with a better name than Trinidad Chambliss. Yes, quarterbacks.
Oh, General Booty. Well, Oklahoma wasn't in the SEC yet.
Yeah, I don't think they were when General Booty was at Oklahoma, but that is a good submission. LSU runs for 166 yards against, check that, Ole Miss runs for 166 against LSU. Nothing world-beating, average less than 4 yards per carry, but LSU, 57 rush yards, average 2.6 yards per carry. Now, we played the audio of Brian Kelly blowing up on a reporter after the win over Florida about leading the press conference on, why is the offense so bad? Why can't you run the ball? Why are you so bad on third downs?
Which he was right.
I agreed with Brian Kelly. I thought it was a little, tone deaf by the reporter to lead with that. But all of the things the reporter was asking about, completely fair. And that was on full display in this game in Oxford.
They cannot run the ball.
They can't run the ball to save their lives. It's truly amazing in the Brian Kelly era how LSU has managed to, in different spots, be elite in some areas, but so dreadfully poor in others. Obviously, the Jaden Daniels season comes to mind where he's setting records. He wins the Heisman, and they won 8 games.
They can't stop a
because of how bad the defense was. Yeah. Last year, the defense improves drastically. Similar problems to this year. They could not run the ball. It puts them in 3rd and longs. It hurts them in pass protection. It forces Garrett Nussmeier into turnovers. LSU 2 of 11 on 3rd down against Ole Miss. Ole Miss 8 of 16, 50% on 3rd down. They outgain LSU 480 to 254. There are problems in Baton Rouge. Meanwhile, right now, it feels like it's Ole Miss and Texas A&M at the top of the heap in the SEC. They're both unbeaten. Alabama obviously unbeaten in conference play, but they do have that loss to FSU. That unbeaten conference record tested this Saturday. It's not even a debate. It's the biggest game in Vanderbilt modern football history. I guess not even close.
Let's go.
Ramon made the point the other day. I was listening on the drive in, and it was interesting the way he put it, that Alabama, coming off that emotional win over Georgia, that we're still here kind of win, right? After everybody wrote them off in week 1. Alabama is, in a way, descending to Vanderbilt, as Vanderbilt, it feels like, has been ascending to this moment. With that said, Bama ain't overlooking this Vanderbilt team after what they did to them last year.
You mean like as respective programs?
In terms of coming off of the emotional high of winning that game against Georgia, which we saw Alabama struggle to respond to those elite wins last year. They had some of the most disappointing results. They lost to Vanderbilt following their insane win over Georgia. They lost to Oklahoma following their dominant win at LSU under the lights in Death Valley. This has been a thing early on in the Kalen DeBoer era. So this gets tested now. Where will this game be decided? There's one thing that Alabama has struggled to do this year that Vanderbilt has not, and that's run the football while we're talking about rushing attacks. Alabama, 3rd worst rushing offense in the SEC, averaging 122 rush yards per game. Vanderbilt, 2nd best, averaging over 223 yards per game. Now, strength of schedule is important. Vanderbilt played a South Carolina team that is having a disappointing season, a Virginia Tech team that's already fired their coach, and Georgia State and Utah State beyond that. right? Alabama obviously
got threatened by Utah State for a minute.
They got pushed. I wouldn't say threatened.
In the first half.
They ended up hanging 55 and cruising. So I can't wait for this game. I mean, college game day in the house, a top 16 matchup, Alabama against Vanderbilt. If you're Vanderbilt, just get the game to the fourth quarter. A one-possession game in the fourth quarter. It's hard to ask for much more than that if you're a Vanderbilt fan. But I'm excited to find out just how real this is from Vanderbilt football, right? Like, is this just slightly better than what we saw from Vanderbilt last year to the tune of 7, maybe 8 wins? Or is this legit? Is this a Vanderbilt team that's better in the trenches than I have ever seen them, that has a game changer in Diego Pavia, a cult legend type of quarterback that we have adored throughout the history of college football, the Johnny Manziels of the world? And Johnny Manziel, apparently, according to Chris Lowe, has been mentoring Diego Pavia. They've developed a nice relationship.
Well, he's here, isn't he, Manziel?
Does he live here? I don't know.
He's doing like watch parties at the Barstool Bar downtown and stuff like that. I assume he's at least spending a portion of time here.
But one thing Vanderbilt did at an elite level against Alabama in that win last year was convert on third downs in big third down moments. So we'll see how much this game comes down to that in Tuscaloosa. But that is the biggest caveat, right? The biggest difference between this Alabama-Vandy matchup and last year's. Alabama ain't looking past this Vanderbilt team. They remember what happened last year. So they are coming off that emotional win. And if you're Vanderbilt, you love the fact that you're playing them after they had to go to Georgia. But they will have their full attention, their undivided attention on the Vanderbilt Commodores this weekend. These are the matchups that get me so excited, right? Where you really feel like we're going to tangibly learn something here about the Vanderbilt Commodores.
So the Johnny Manziel connection, you might have seen the story that came out yesterday where he said he will be on the sideline wearing a Diego Pavia jersey. So he will be Pavia's guest, I assume, similar to Theo Vaughn a couple weeks ago.
Who's more likely to get arrested, Pavia's brothers or Manziel?
Oh, see, I thought you were going to ask who is more likely to take Pavia's mom on a date.
Oh, Manziel or Theo Vaughn?
Yeah, I think I'd probably still go Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn looks like he has the attention to detail to appreciate a mom of that caliber.
Their whole thing was, Pavia's side of it was, Theo Vaughn, if you get me a date with Tate McRae, then I will get you a date with my mom.
Nah, the door's opened up now. You can't introduce your mom to somebody and be like, hey, if he gets me a date with this girl, I'm going to just schlep you out to Theo Vaughn. Like, what? I mean, who would do
your
something?
Mother out?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, who would do something like that? I believe we have something on the hot board to that effect, don't we?
I'm not above that.
No?
I'm not above that. But all I'm saying is that too.
Famously.
Part of the news of the week in the SEC was Sam Pittman being fired. Bobby Petrino is the head coach at Arkansas, the interim coach.
Talked enough about
Time is a flat circle. I do want to play this audio from Arkansas Athletic Director Hunter Yurachek on the Sam Pittman firing and if Pittman had enough to compete in the SEC at a high level.
You've talked about finances and being able to compete at a championship level, like you said. Do you feel like Sam had the financial commitment to be able to win at the level you wanted him to?
You were at the board meeting, and I gave you some statistics where our head coach compensation, our assistant coach salary pool, our support staff salary pool, and our overall operating budget ranked towards the bottom of the Southeastern Conference. I think with that information, Coach Pittman did not have the resources he needed to appropriately compete in this conference right now.
How about that? I've never heard that.
Well, it's smart by Yurachek to take advantage of that moment to be like, hey, we'll take more money. If you've got more money, we'll take it, because theoretically they have some of the biggest donor bases out there. Walmart, Tyson Chicken, Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Like Arkansas is not lacking for options, one would think, but maybe that's Yurachek being smart to use that platform as an opportunity. Just, lob me that softball and I'll beg for more money publicly, or at least maybe not beg, but you understand. All right, interesting. It's only the second time that Vanderbilt has played in a game where College Game Day was present, which makes sense, but...
I'm not sure I can name the other one. I'm sure it's been put out there.
It was here, wasn't it? Wasn't it that K-State game a couple years ago?
No. It would have been the Auburn game. Vanderbilt against Auburn, ranked matchup. Vanderbilt won 2008, Bobby Johnson. That was even before the James Franklin years.
Oh, I think that was just like the SEC show that Feinbaum and like Laura Rutledge was doing at the time.
Probably. But yeah, I think game day was here for that Vandy-Auburn game. That was a huge deal. Vandy got off to a 5-0 start that year. They ended up winning the Music City Bowl, I believe. Yeah, 2008 versus Auburn.
Coming up next, Robert, do we have things to give away?
We do have things to give away. Maybe next week you did not get your chance to go to see Sal Vicano, the Impractical Joker.
Last week. He will next week.
We got tickets again.
If you want to see Sal from Impractical Jokers at the Music City Comedy Festival, you can call us 615-737-1045, and you can give us the dumbest thing in sports this week. Next.
11:01, good morning from the 104.5 The Zone studios. I'm Lucas Panzica as the Tennessee Titans at 0-4 turn their attention to the Arizona Cardinals. Coming up this Sunday, another road trip, this time the Titans heading out west. First injury report will come out later this afternoon. Brian Callahan scheduled to meet with the media coming up at 11:50. In NFL news, the Browns announced rookie Dillon Gabriel will take over as starting quarterback. Joe Flacco heads to the bench. Shedeur Sanders remains the third stringer. The 1-3 Browns take on the Vikings in London on Sunday morning. Nashville Soccer Club plays for the U.S. Open Cup final tonight on the road at Austin FC. Both clubs looking for their first ever trophy. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. You can watch the game on Paramount or CBS Sports Network. For all your foundation repairs and waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
(615-737-1045). What's the dumbest thing in sports this week? We've got tickets to the Music City Comedy Festival. If you would like to be in attendance for Sal from Impractical Jokers, he's got a stand-up set as a part of the Music City Comedy Festival. 615-737-1045. What, Robert?
Some people say he's the most attractive Impractical Joker.
I don't know what he looks like. Is he?
No.
I can't remember which one he is either.
He's the heftiest one.
Okay.
You're just
supporting
your people?
Yes. No, I don't think he's the most. I'm just saying some people think he is. I think you would think he is. He looks like you before you lost a lot of weight.
Oh, that was not attractive at all.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
615-737-1045. The dumbest thing in sports this week is the Tennessee Titans, because we read you this story earlier, or this blurb earlier about something Kaharski put up on his website, paulkaharski.com, a ticket representative pushing a sale for the new Nissan Stadium set to open in 2027, assured one potential customer in a text Tuesday that fans, quote, are very happy, end quote. Despite the team being 0-4, carrying a 10-game losing streak, the potential customer, was talking to the ticket rep via text, complaining about the 2024 firing of Mike Vrabel, forcing the team further into a rebuild. You show loyalty and you'll get loyalty, the customer wrote, continuing, I'm just a messenger. So we have the response from the Titans ticket rep text line that says, we are 75% sold out of the new stadium. We just converted all of our current members over, so our fan base is very happy, exclamation point. And then reply stop to opt out of these texts. Now, Robert brought something up earlier, suggesting that this could have been an automated response. AI is everywhere. It's among us at every point. And so it would be reasonable to expect that a team like the Tennessee Titans with a season ticket text line would have AI operating said season ticket text line, except it's not. I just got confirmation that that's a real person. So that person is the dumbest thing in sports this week. Yes, Titans fans, famously, very happy at this point.
The dumbest thing in sports this week is Fox Big Noon Kickoff, who has been tailing College Game Day for quite some time now. They have been trying to replicate the success of College Game Day to no avail. It doesn't help that they have the early Big Ten kickoff, typically as their primary location. College Game Day, obviously, is no longer with the legend Lee Corso. So in response, they've brought in Nick Saban, right? In response, Big Noon Kickoff has Urban Meyer. College Game Day also has Pat McAfee. I guess Pat McAfee would be the more direct replacement if you had to make it one for Lee Corso in terms of the pageantry.
One cartoon character versus another cartoon character.
Yeah, they got the coaching side from Saban, and they got the entertainment side for McAfee. And whether you love or hate Pat McAfee, he has been phenomenal for College Game Day. He has helped boost their ratings, he and Nick Saban both. And it's just an overall better product. We know this. But Big Noon Kickoff is my dumbest thing in sports this week because their response to Pat McAfee was, let's go get Dave Portnoy. He'll be our Pat McAfee. Here's an excerpt from Big Noon Kickoff on Saturday where they gave Dave Portnoy the spotlight to complain about lightning delays.
I'm not going to talk about crying Ryan Day and the long arm of the law at Ohio State. Instead, I'm going to talk lightning. I am sick of lightning delays in college football. I don't remember it growing up. You have 4 or 5 games that have 4-hour delays. Everybody going in, sign a waiver. If you get struck by lightning, so be it. But when they do the delay, the fans have to leave the stadium anyway. So what if they get struck outside? Let's play football, man football, weather Midwest. You sign it, lightning, if it hits you, it's just not your day. That's my rant, Rob. I mean, I think...
So... That's just a little sample.
No, wait. The Brady Quinn follow-up, do we have that? Or does...
No, I know. I don't even know what Brady Quinn
Because Brady Quinn's follow-up to that was appropriate, which is, I assume...
That's my rant, Rob. I mean, I think Dave should get struck by lightning first before he starts...
we're not asking for that.
Brady Quinn trying to make a joke at the expense of Dave Portnoy.
Oof. Pat McAfee has, routinely... thousands of people in the palm of his hand during these broadcasts.
Standing on chairs that Nick Saban is holding for him so he doesn't fall.
Chugging a beer shirtless on set, doing a dive into the pool at Miami from 100 feet up or whatever it was,
Backflips off boats into the Cumberland
Plunging
River.
into the Cumberland, exactly. I mean, just the We Are. He's singing Rocky Top.
Yeah.
He's barking and... Literally thousands of people are just living and breathing with his every move. And Dave Portnoy, the response for Big Noon Kickoff is Portnoy ranting about lightning delays with a dozen people in the background. There's nobody there. And I guess it's not their fault. They don't have Pat McAfee. They don't have Nick Saban. They don't have the big guns that College Game Day has. It always has been and always will be the primary show on a Saturday morning during college football season. But, that one made me cringe over the weekend.
Yes.
Oh, okay, mine. Sorry. My dumbest thing in sports are lightning delays. I just can't stand when they make the fans leave. My dumbest thing in sports...
You know what? You still did it better than he did.
Why don't you make the players play? Coverman Rubber. Get a Michelin sponsor, and they all get to play in the rain. My dumbest thing in sports was... when was the last Arizona game? Was that last Monday? Sunday? It was Sunday Night Football.
No, it was Thursday Night Football.
Thursday Night Football last week. So I barely make the cut with this. I did not like the way that they were approaching the Marvin Harrison Jr. conversation. Oh, he's struggling. Oh, he's just having such a terrible go at it. Oh, it felt like they were breathing down this guy's neck the entire time. So much so that when he finally caught the touchdown, oh, what a sigh of relief it must be. The dude had 8 touchdowns his rookie year. He had 800. Okay, I pulled some stats. Some guys that he has more yards than through 20 games. Davante Adams, who he had more yards through 20 games than. Davante Adams, 32 games. The first 2 years of Davante Adams' seasons, both of them 400 yards receiving yards.
Okay, so you're talking about at the beginning of Adams' career.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Their first, whatever the odds were, whatever the hell it was. Megatron's rookie year, 756 yards, 4 touchdowns. Marvin's rookie year, he had 885 yards, 8 touchdowns. He's going to be fine. Everyone blowing this up because he is the son of a first ballot Hall of Famer who, mind you, he has 1 more yard than he does through his first 20 games. And because he was a high draft pick. That pedigree is like, oh, why isn't this guy already one of the best receivers in the league? Not to mention that he's on a team that targets tight ends and running backs at a higher rate than just about any other team in the NFL. So his targets are limited. He's getting thrown a lot of 50-50 balls, and everybody wants to say, oh, why is he dropping all these balls?
Well, it's not even just about the drops. It's that they looked like they were running a completely different playbook from one another.
Yeah, they didn't look on the same page. But
I'm not saying that you're not right to feel a certain type of way of the hyperfixation.
Yeah, it was a little extreme.
But I think that's more on Kyler than it is on him then.
It may well be, right? I mean, we don't, again, this is like trying to determine whether play calling is good or bad. We have no idea what the play is. We're just determining that based on the results. But I think the only thing that's fair to say of Marvin Harrison Jr. is that he is the 4th overall pick in the draft, and so that comes with certain expectations.
And he has 10 touchdowns in 20 games.
Yeah,
he's doing his
he
job.
He has lived up to that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Nowhere in this it's like, oh, this guy. It just seems like they were talking about a guy who was on his last leg.
Yeah.
Like, he's not. He's doing just fine for a rookie wide receiver.
They did make it seem like he's coming off just a dreadful rookie year. He's shown nothing. Oh, look at the emotion. And it's like, yeah, he had a couple drops.
Dude, he had 8 of those last year.
Yeah. It reeks to me of, hey, the Cardinals' offense has been bad. Oh, this is the game that we're doing, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is not having his best game. Let's talk about how Marvin Harrison Jr. is contributing to a bad Cardinals offense.
Yeah, I thought it was dumb.
In that same Thursday Night Football broadcast, did y'all hear Richard Sherman kind of trashing Russell Wilson?
Yeah, we were supposed to talk about that on Fox. We never got to it because the college football day was so crazy. But
basically saying Russ only won in Seattle because of their defense.
Well, it wasn't even. I mean, he's done that before. Like, that's not a new Richard Sherman thing.
I had never seen that.
What was crazy was Tony Gonzalez. That prompted the Richard Sherman response.
Yeah, saying he's playing his way out of a Hall of Fame.
They were asked.
Career.
I think the prompt or the layup, the lob from Carissa Thompson to Tony Gonzalez was, "Is this the last that we see out of Russell Wilson?" And Tony Gonzalez says, "I hope so."
Yeah.
You don't. Somebody pointed this out on Twitter. Forgive me. I don't remember where to give proper credit to because this was a couple of days ago. But you don't see guys that are in the Hall of Fame like trash players or publicly criticized players who are probably going to be Russell Wilson probably going to end up in the Hall of Fame.
Well, I got what he was trying to say, that he believes the more he plays this way, the more he's just tarnishing his legacy is what he was trying to say. Like, for me, it came off like, no, I hope so for his sake.
Yes, that's what he was saying. But again, that's more public criticism than you'll ever hear another Hall of Famer make of a player who is likely going to be in the Hall of Fame at some point in their career. 615-737-1045. What's the dumbest thing in sports this week? Chris is in Spring Hill.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Good.
Okay. I don't know for sure if I can say this on the air or not, so I just wanted to preface that. I want to talk about Cam's post-game comments, the viral clip we got.
Well, let me preface this by saying you can say one of the words that he said, but not the other.
Okay, so yeah, all right. Anyways, his comment of we're going to, keep it in the buck. We are, what we are. I just thought that, I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I think it's a dumb thing. To me, we already had to go through the memes last year with all the Will Levis stuff. Now this year, after that comment, I've seen T-shirts being made with that across the front of it. It's just like, we're already so bad. We really have to be the laughing stock of the NFL. I know it's bad already, but it just seems like he's making it worse by saying something like that. It's true, but it's just a bad look.
I appreciate the call, Chris. I personally disagree with you. You're entitled to your opinion that way. I don't think that Cam is doing any more damage. Like, I appreciate that Cam is not polished and is giving us the unvarnished truth because it means more from him.
Yeah, and I like seeing the frustration, right? Like, I think it's kind of shown he hasn't been shy about who he is or kind of how he carries himself.
It shows me that he cares.
Yeah.
I don't, I deal with enough football players on a daily basis that have just resigned themselves to.
I like that he doesn't sound defeated. He just sounds pissed off.
Yeah, because Snead and Jeff and Ridley and all these other guys who have been in the league for a lot longer, they sound broken. Sound is a bit strong, but like Ridley sounds broken every time we talk to him. Certainly post-game.
Yeah, Levis last year after some of these games, right?
God.
Rewiring my brain just sounded like worn down, defeat. I like that Cam is up there and pissed off about it.
So I get your perspective. You don't want to be made a bigger joke than you already are as a franchise, but what can we do at this point, Chris, but point and laugh at them? God knows we're not going to be able to talk about them seriously. Like I said, entitled to your opinion. Charlie is in Brentwood. Hey, buddy.
What's going on?
Not much.
Real quick, there was an On3 college football week 6 Heisman poll that came out. Of note was injured Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer at 2, both of Miami's quarterbacks tied at number 7, and completely absent is the number 1 passer in the SEC, Joey Aguilar. Somebody doesn't know what they're doing.
You said both Miami quarterbacks?
Both Miami quarterbacks, Reuben Bain and Carson Beck.
Oh. Yeah, I'm looking at
Thanks for the call, Charlie.
The FanDuel odds.
Well, so he's saying On3 did that?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's saying On3 put out that list. The FanDuel odds have Dante Moore of Oregon as the favorite at plus 600, Ty Simpson at Bama plus 950, and then Carson Beck, Jeremiah Smith tied at plus 1,000. You got to go down to Joey Aguilar's plus 1,700, tied with Diego Pavia.
God, I love that so much. I need Vanderbilt to win. We need Vanderbilt to win. That would be excellent. JB is in Manchester.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. My dumbest thing is before it goes to Joe Bowler, if y'all haven't read that article yet. Florida A&M played Alabama State last weekend. And Alabama State's dance team, the Honeybees, came out. And on the PA system, he called them the new face of Ozempic.
Oh, I did see this. It's really bad. JB's going to be the winner there.
It's real funny.
The PA guy tried to make a joke. Robert, are you seeing the story? You just made a face.
I haven't. I was looking for it.
All right. So the Alabama State dance team is plus-sized, let's say. Okay. And I'm sorry, who was their opponent?
Florida A&M?
Either way.
Oh, I did see this. It is Florida A&M because I actually know the guy who did this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, inadvertently, not like a person to person, but a person to person to person.
Okay, so the Florida A&M announcer of the Alabama State dance team after their performance says, "Congratulate them. They are now the new face of Ozempic."
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah. So I think he tried to make a joke, and the joke very clearly didn't land.
He ended up putting an apology out yesterday. I don't think there's any word if he has been let go or not.
I'm just reading a post about it from the New York Post. There's nothing about consequences here. Bullard claims his jab was supposed to be a part of the lighthearted banter that comes with the friendly competition of HBCU band culture, but he realized he crossed a line. So, not what you want. JB wins. It's the dumbest thing in sports this week. We appreciate you guys participating. We'll do that every Wednesday at 11 o'clock. We will talk next about which teams in the NFL, which teams' record are a lie after a quarter of the season. I'm Buck Rising. It's 104.5 The Zone. Trajan Wealth is here to help you achieve financial independence. They have done this for their clients, and they can get you back on the right track if you feel that your finances are overwhelming. Or if you have looked at your situation and don't love your current financial advisor circumstance, Trajan Wealth is here to make sure that you feel confident in your decision-making. If you're interested in wealth management that's designed to protect, maintain, and expand your portfolio, Trajan Wealth understands the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth in line with your risk tolerance. Call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies and achieve that financial independence that we are all seeking if we have not already gotten there. 615-270-5000. That's 615-270-5000. 2 locations here in Middle Tennessee, Brentwood, and Franklin, or online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. This is a paid advertisement. Welcome back to the show, fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, the best hot chicken in the world. We were having the raging debate. More bangers, Kid Rock or Shakira? This is unquestionably a Kid Rock banger. What else is on that list, though? What's that song he does with Uncle Kracker? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. I need to get that down before. It says clean, but I don't trust it.
Obviously, all summer long.
All summer long.
Was all
banger.
over the place.
Banger. Absolute banger.
I got fatigue of that song. It was just playing on the radio constantly.
Oh, it was like the Chris Daughtry effect. Like they just beat it into
that
the
or
ground.
that Hinder Lips of an Angel song. I feel like that was the entire
That's a banger.
God,
that's a great song.
Did I ever tell you guys about that? So that would have been what, grade school? Probably grade school. And I would listen to, did you guys listen to, you listened to sports radio growing up.
Yep. A lot of Paul Feinbaum, future Alabama State Senator.
We have to talk about that at some point. Stick to sports. What if the sports guys stop sticking to sports? What do we do? What do I do here? Paul Feinbaum starts running for Senate.
I'm wondering, is Bruce Pearl actually not going to run for Senate?
He said that he's not, but the way that he's tweeting, he's very much not interested in getting back into coaching. So
at least he wants a panel job somewhere. But back to the topic at hand.
Well,
Kid Rock bangers.
Just real quick.
Can we please do the show,
Can we stay
Robert?
on topic, please?
Can we please do the show?
Well, this is equally off topic before we talk about teams whose records are alive. The fact that we're having to do July radio because the football team sucks so bad in the middle of September or October the 1st makes me insane, but whatever. I listened to a local station in grade school into high school, Hot 96, right? Just top 40 type of radio station. And one of the afternoon, I think nighttime hosts for Hot 96 locked himself in the studio and would not stop playing Hinder, Lips of an Angel over and over and over again because he got I guess tired of how many requests he was getting for Lips of an Angel. Hold himself up in a studio. He was getting calls from his boss that he was playing on the air like guy had a crash out. This was an unbelievable time. This is when radio was radio, right? This was one of the most ridiculous things. I listened to that live. I'd still stuck in my head. I can't remember the DJ's name, but crashed out fully on air and locked himself in a studio. And I assume got fired there very shortly after.
I bet ratings were great, though.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That song did get run into the ground, though, by pop radio. For sure.
So you got Cowboy. Boy.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, wow, wow.
I don't know that one.
Oh, yes, you do. We're bumping back to it later. Don't worry. You will know it. Picture with Sheryl Crow. That's where I had to dunk on CJ. CJ tried to hit me up the next Kid Rock song I listen to will be the first one. It's like everyone and their mother has gone rollerblading when they were a child and heard, I put your picture away.
Oh, that's Kid Rock?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The swaying of the pendulum.
No.
Going to Kid Rock's
Still
side. You were listening to my argument.
No, I am listening to your argument.
No, I think you're a liar. Much like some teams' records are liars.
Nice.
Look at you.
So, there are 2 undefeateds left in the NFL. Can anybody name them?
The Eagles and
the Bills. We did this yesterday.
Thank you for saying that.
The Bills and the Eagles are the lone undefeateds in pro football. Are either the Bills or the Eagles liars with a 4-0 record? Because I would not say that whatsoever. Jalen Hurts, teams quarterbacked by Jalen Hurts with the Philadelphia Eagles have won 15 straight games. I'm going to assume that Philadelphia is just fine. Buffalo looked, got pushed by the Saints on Sunday and still managed to score 30 points. I'm not worried about the Bills or the Eagles.
Yeah, it's not. There's not a concern about the 4-0 teams. They're both Super Bowl contenders. But the 3-1 teams make it a little more intriguing.
Right.
The Seattle Seahawks are 3-1.
I'm in.
Sam Darnold, man, he was clutch, efficient in a road win against Arizona. The Cardinals tie the game up at the end with 28 seconds left. And Sam Darnold orchestrates a field goal drive. Jason Myers, 52 yards. They survive the comeback bid. Sam Darnold was not thought to have landed in a favorable spot.
Well, that's because Geno's offensive line last year was horrendous. And their offensive line in Seattle has been one of the best through the first month of football.
And Jackson Smith and Jigba has really emerged. So I'm with the Seattle Seahawks, bare minimum, are in contention to win that division, right? With another 3-1 team in there in the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, the Rams are also 3-1.
And the Rams, yes.
Now, I'm looking. So the 3-1 teams are as follows. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Colts, the Chargers, the Detroit Lions, the Bucks, and then 3 of the 4 NFC West teams. San Fran, Seattle, and the Rams are all 3-1.
You're just saying in the NFC? Did you say Jags?
No, I'm sorry. I did not mention the Jags.
Jags are 3-1 after beating the Niners on the road.
So Jags, Colts, Steelers are and Chargers are the 4 3-1 AFC teams. Jags, that is not who they are. The Jags are not one of the best teams in football this year. They have issues that will play itself out in a larger season sample size. And listen, it's a bad division. So Colts and Jags have bought themselves enough grace at this point that they're going to push each other for a playoff spot the whole way through, while Houston just got right against the Titans, and the Titans are in hell. So if you look at this, now they've only played one divisional game each. Was that against each other?
The Colts beat the Titans. The Jags beat the Texans.
That's right. So 3-1 are the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm buying the Colts 3-1 infinitely more than I'm buying those 3-1s are not created equal. Now, Indy should have lost to Denver. Indy also should have beaten the Rams. So it kind of evens out if you're looking at the Colts right now. There's an argument for the Colts to be 4-0.
Yeah, and Jacksonville honestly should be 4-0. But they're not because of them, because they allow Jake Browning and the Bengals to come back in that game after Joe Burrow left. Trevor Lawrence has not been great this season. Yeah, I'm trying to, what is the one thing the Jags are doing really well right now? Travis Etienne's having a really nice year. He was excellent against San Francisco. Trevor Lawrence, 21 of 31 in that game, 174 yards and a touchdown, probably his most efficient performance of the season. And Brian Thomas Jr. woke up a little bit, led the team in receiving, 5 catches, 49 yards on 7 targets.
It looked like he was scared of the football.
Yeah, that was weird. Weird week 1 for Brian Thomas Jr. And then Liam Cohen and Robert Saleh almost coming to blows in this game, after this game.
Did you see the full Robert Saleh quote? He said, he finished it with, "I will end your life." Robert sounded like, I know football players say worse things on a field, but these are coaches. You don't hear coaches get out there and threaten murder.
I had a very high opinion of Robert Saleh before I saw that.
Really?
That to me is one of the biggest fake tough guy things in the world.
Robert Saleh doesn't look like he would take your life if you wronged him?
No, just anyone that says that phrase, "Oh, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to end your life. I'm going to mess your life up," then do it. If you're really a badass, then do it. You think Brock Lesnar...
Don't be held back by the ball boy.
Don't be held... You think Brock Lesnar would ever tell somebody, like, "I'm going to ruin your life, kid"? No, he would silently walk up, he would grab you by the throat, and he would plunge you down into a deep, deep darkness. If you're really a badass, you don't have to tell people you're a badass. So Robert Saleh lost hella badass points with me over this.
What was the beef?
So Robert Saleh alleged that the Jags were legally stealing signs. Like, we're going to have to mix our signs up this week because the Jags are doing this.
Well, sign stealing is legal. It's just trying to gain competitive advantages, like Jeff knowing the snap count against the Texans, right? That's not Jeff cheating. That's Jeff being better at his job than you are. But Robert Saleh got to the podium as if there should be a league investigation and called out Liam Cohen or called out the Jags by name.
And there's also a little bit of scuttlebutt about the behind the scenes of this fight. We talked a little bit about it on primetime, but Robert Saleh was probably going to be the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars if Trent Baalke was not fired as general manager. So where did Trent Baalke go? Back to San Francisco, where Robert Saleh is now. So they probably huddle up in Baalke's office, and they're like, "Oh, look at the Jags and Liam Cohen. He looks like who's Scooby-Doo's best friend?
Shaggy?
Shaggy. He looks like a fat Shaggy. Oh, Duval. They're probably making fun of him. And then he got out there and was like, "Hey, Will Smith, keep my name out of your mouth."
He really did.
And I respect that, because it's like he wasn't threatening anybody. He was just saying, "Hey, stop talking about me. Worry about your own team. You got your ass kicked today." So more respect to Liam Cohen after that exchange.
Side note, would you want Robert Saleh as a head coach?
No.
I mean, what evidence do you have that he would be a good head coach?
Oh, I think the Jets had way bigger problems.
They did.
Than Robert Saleh. In fact, they got worse after they fired Robert Saleh.
And bad things always come out when bad teams blow everything up. But some of the remarks for his former coaches and players about his leadership style, like I don't know. He probably wouldn't be the coach that I would go for.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, we're going to have to at some point talk about who the next Titans coach is going to be, right? We're just kind of delaying the inevitable around here with the Brian Callahan situation. So, I see the same list of names over and over and over again. Gruden, McCarthy, who else has been on there that have been brought up on early coaching hot boards? But
yeah, McCarthy is a name that's been tossed around a lot.
Well, Mike McCarthy tends to do this, right? He takes a year off, he reads some Pro Football Focus articles, and he comes back renewed, refreshed, ready to rock. And also, he knows Chad Brinker, so it feels like it's a situation that to come to fruition. But about the Jags and their record, here's something from FTN Fantasy, the new Aaron Schatz website, Advanced Analytics. The Jags are the 9th most efficient defense in football. So they have, at least through the first month of the season, played above expectation on that side of the ball.
Travis Hunter, only 9 defensive snaps in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's going to be worth watching every week just to see if they actually follow through on how much they're talking about playing him on both sides of the ball, but I don't know.
I'm fascinated by it.
So the Chargers are 3-1, but that feels like it's going to fall back to earth because their offensive tackle situation, right?
Yeah,
they should be 3-1 if they're healthy, but they're not healthy.
And Najee Harris.
Yeah,
so that's your right tackle done for the year. Your I guess RB1, but Amarian Hampton has come along nicely for them. But just in that offense, running back depth is important. And at this point, their running back depth essentially consists of Hampton and Titans legend Hassan Haskins. So it is legitimate cause for concern. Any team in the NFL that loses both tackles, especially two, has Joe Alt made a Pro Bowl?
Not yet.
Okay, but 2 quality tackles.
It would have just been last year, right?
Yeah, it would have just been last year. Yeah, fair enough. 2 quality tackles. Not gone for the season in Alt's case, but a high ankle sprain can be tricky. I don't know. It's cause for concern at the very least.
San Fran also feels a little bit fraudy at 3-1 because they have survived their injuries to their credit, but that feels like it's going to come back to earth at some point.
I guess Bosa, man.
But without Bosa, they don't have a pass
rush,
Lucas.
Nick Bosa being out for the year is massive, but they are otherwise going to continue to get healthy, and George Kittle will come back, and Brandon Ayuk, and it's impressive what they've done, quite honestly. To hold it down and go 2-0 with Mac Jones, kind of ironic that Brock Purdy comes into the lineup and then they lose to the Jags at home. Mac Jones did not get the chance for a revenge game.
615-737-1045 is the number. Luke is in Goodlettsville.
Hey, guys. So y'all just brought back some serious memories, all right? I'm just a little bit older than y'all. I was working at Best Buy 2006, 2007, so I'm fully aware of, those hit songs on repeat. For the newer generation, I don't think they realize how beholden we were to
Top 40 radio, yeah.
Yes. So when you talked about Lips of the Angel, it reminded me the other songs that were playing at the time, This Love and She Will Be Loved by Maroon 5.
Yes.
Oh, they were on top of the world.
Hate Me Today by Blue October. There were so many songs.
Smack That by Akon.
Oh, man. Listen. There were 10 songs, and they were just on repeat all day. It was a fun time, but it was like bleeding ears. And it reminded me of 40-Year-Old Virgin when Paul Rudd, was sick of listening to Michael McDonald on repeat and basically said he was just going to burn the building to the ground. But anyway, good times. And then it kind of ended in 2008 with that Kid Rock song. And then All the Single Ladies was another one that just that beat, I can't get with it. But all right, guys, thanks a lot for the memories.
Thank you for the call, Luke.
Well, that was fun. What a turn. It went from just naming random football players to random songs from.
Again, we are doing July radio on October the 1st because the football team is, as the quarterback says, ass.
If I have to hear Yamo Be There one more time, I'm a Yamo burn this place down. What a great pull from 40-Year-Old Virgin. I watched that a couple weeks ago. It's still good. Still good.
Maroon 5 and Akon were at the top of the world, as Lucas said, in the early aughts.
Oh, yeah. Tyjae Spears has been placed on the designated return to practice list.
Well, yeah, they did that Sunday, didn't they?
They didn't do it officially, I don't believe.
Oh, okay.
Callahan kind of acknowledged it. Rappaport reported it, but it seems like it's official.
Okay, so 21 days until they have to put Spears on the active roster. Does that mean he plays this week against the Cardinals? We will find out.
Oh, that's another good one. 121 guys.
Oh, yeah.
Lay down. Dude, they played that. So that was at every high school graduation that year. I would bet 98% of high school graduations played that song.
I feel like that was Green Day's last, smash.
You are correct.
Single.
Because it was my middle school run through my senior year. And then after that, it was just you heard brain stew every once in a while on the oldie stations.
What day is it, Robert?
It's Wednesday.
Which means?
It's time to get your powder wet.
Next. There's nothing worse than a home emergency. No one wants to deal with a plumbing, HVAC, or electrical issue that's unexpected. Nobody wants to deal with those things if they are expected. Most of the time, you don't know what it will cost or if it'll get fixed correctly or if someone is just trying to sell you something. That's when you call Hiller. Their experts are going to solve your problems quickly. The price you're told is the price you'll actually pay. There's no hidden fees or surprises on your bill. 100% satisfaction guarantee of happy you'll be or the service is free. That's the Happy Hiller promise, because Hiller has been in business for over 35 years as a family-owned and operated company for exactly that reason. They deliver. So book online today at happyhiller.com. That's happyhiller.com. Welcome back to the show, fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, the best hot chicken in the world. So, we will see what becomes of the Tennessee Titans, and Brian Callahan is scheduled to speak in 5 minutes from now. Do we believe that Brian Callahan will be ready at 11:50? Has he once been on time?
I think he's been early.
Well, only because they moved it up 10 minutes early. And then he was then on time because they were scheduled for noon. And then they said, well, we'll do it 11:50. And then he showed up at noon. So
I'm going to bet. When do you think we'll break? Probably around 54, 55.
If he's going to be up
I think
there
he'll be
11,
on at 56. I think that's when
it'll be right when I send it to break, right?
Yes. That is literally what happened last week. We were like, oh, let's break. And then he came on.
There are bigger things for me to be annoyed by than tardiness, but it still does bother me. Anyway, Wet Powder Wednesday. It is Wet Powder Wednesday, where we get to say things without consequence and veer to extremes, right? Coach Mack tells you, keep your powder dry. Well, this is a segment designed specifically not to keep your powder dry. Lucas, what is your powder wet about this week?
Chris Brazel is going to win the Biletnikoff.
Ooh.
He was named to the Biletnikoff watch list today. His numbers, which we've talked about, have popped through 5 games, 531 yards and 7 touchdowns. Remember who won the Biletnikoff in 2022?
Was it Hyatt?
Jalen Hyatt, who through 5 games in the 2022 season had only 388 yards and 5 touchdowns, significantly less than what Brazel has done through 5 games. Now, in the 6th game of that season, Jalen Hyatt had the Alabama 6 catches for 207 yards and 5 touchdowns. So that'll help on his way to a 1,200-yard season. But Chris Brazel is on pace to smash some of those numbers, and he's the latest in that year 2 leap as a receiver in this Josh Heupel system at Tennessee. And the way that this team is playing with Joey Aguilar pushing the ball downfield, they're deeper in the trenches. They're better at protecting the quarterback and in the run game. He has potential to have a bigger season than Hyatt, and he's got more measurables, more things that attract the NFL at the wide receiver position than Jalen Hyatt had, and an opportunity to work his way into a first-round discussion at wide receiver. I'm not going to say he's going to be a first-round pick, but I am going to say that if this continues and he remains healthy in this Tennessee offense, which for the first time in school history has scored 40 in each of its first 5 games, then Chris Brazel will hold the Biletnikoff end of the year.
Robert?
My powder is wet on the New England Patriots. I think that despite them getting beat...
You stole mine.
You should have went first.
Well, I thought this would be easiest if I did the thing that was the most obvious, which is, oh my God, Mike Vrabel getting the most out of his players on a bad roster.
But it's not even... My point is not even for the Patriots. You're like, oh, I'm getting feeling a mustache coming on again. It's like I think we have to shave all this crap off my face.
I did think about bringing it back.
Maybe
good. Just for week 7.
It's like the Voldemort. Like your mustache starts itching whenever he gets closer. It's not so much for them as a season on look as much as it is. I think that they will beat the Buffalo Bills this week. I think
that's Sunday Night Football.
I think that they find a way. Buffalo looked human last week against the Saints. Some things to worry about with their run defense. Travion Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson have both been hitting the ground running. I think the Patriots get it done this week and take down the Bills.
How do we feel about the current state of the AFC? Because the teams that we thought were going to be ruling the roost are very much not. Cincinnati is without Joe Burrow for a period of months.
It's like the SEC a little bit.
Baltimore is going to miss Lamar Jackson for a period of, 3 to 5 weeks?
Well, now Ian Rappaport is saying it is more of a week-to-week thing, and there is a better chance that he plays Sunday against Houston Texans. But I would say as a whole, well, the Ravens don't leak anything. Rappaport has nothing. So he got a straw from someone else adjacently.
But if he doesn't, how crazy would it be for Aaron Rodgers to be the only healthy quarterback in the AFC North?
That would be insane.
This Sunday.
And it would also make me go to the store to find something sharp to land on.
Well, Flacco's healthy, right? Or are we talking about Deshaun?
Yeah, fair enough.
We'll say Deshaun.
Fair enough. Flacco is healthy. He's just benched.
My feeling on the AFC is much of my feeling as the NFL as a whole is that the NFL has gotten beaten up over the first 4 weeks of the season. Like, you just look, the 49ers, the Chargers, the Ravens, the Bengals, the Buccaneers' offensive line issues. They're getting Wirfs back, but I feel like everyone is just getting beaten and bruised to a rate that we haven't seen for a minute, not at least with star players.
Mine was going to be that the Bills are going to lose to the Patriots on Sunday Night Football.
Oh, our powder is wet about the same thing.
Are we in sync?
Are we?
Too much time together?
There's just too many. Radio limits me. I feel so limited.
Oh, are you?
I just feel so limited.
I think you're limited outside of radio, too.
Oh, that's not true. What did Eminem say? Will Smith doesn't have to cuss on his raps to sell records. Well, I do. So bleep him and bleep you, too.
So, again, I don't think the Patriots are going to be a good football team. I think that the talk of the Patriots going to the playoffs this year is probably hyperbolic. Though, I'm looking around at the AFC through the first month and kind of, I don't know. I don't know what the AFC playoff picture is going to be. Nobody expected the Colts to be here. Nobody expected the Steelers to be 3-1. Like, this is going to be an interesting thing to see how it plays out, just simply due to attrition.
Yeah, Burrow being hurt, a lot of factors.
But I do think that one thing that Mike Vrabel does well is get the most out of a bad roster or get the most out of discarded players. And there are plenty of players who are not going to be starters or not going to be successful in a lot of different spots. Like if you took Dave Canales and put him on the New England Patriots, if you put Brian Callahan on the sideline of the New England Patriots, like you would probably get a significantly worse product. I think that the Patriots are going to beat the Buffalo Bills on Sunday Night Football.
Stephon Diggs, revenge game. And he looked like Stephon Diggs last weekend.
615-737-1045 is the number. If you want to jump in, you are welcome to do so. There's a world, by the way, in which the Patriots are 3-1. They could have beat the Steelers. They had 5 damn turnovers in that game against Aaron Rodgers.
They could have beat the Raiders week 1, too. I mean, that was a close game.
That's what I'm saying. What's it like to play in close games anymore? I
don't know either.
Can't even remember. Well, please. You lost the game 41-40.
No, that was on
the
Monday
drama.
Night Football. Go look at last
Robert
week.
trying to lump himself in with Titans fans. Like, hey, I get it.
Yeah, it's tough.
Titans is tough.
Such a bleep hole for that.
I'm clanking my cup on the jail bars like, Jailer!
Yeah, but the difference is you're on the outside of the cell. You're doing that from the outside
Let me in! Let me in!
You want to be among the poverty teams down here with the rest of us.
I don't. It hurts. Every day it hurts.
Oh, my goodness. Is there anything else overreaction-wise? You bring up the AFC in the comparison to the SEC where things feel a bit wide open. Lane Kiffin, 3-0 in conference, 5-0 start. Ole Miss obviously atop the SEC after beating LSU. Lane Kiffin's best team felt like last season, right? Like that was when the expectations were being heavily placed on Ole Miss to at least be a college football playoff participant. But this feels like, given the wide open nature of the SEC, that this could be Lane's year.
Could be a lot of people's year.
Which
That's
I like.
the beauty of it. Yeah. So Texas can turn it on. They can figure it out. Alabama still doesn't have a conference loss. They could very well find themselves in Atlanta. Texas A&M is the team nobody's talking about that's sitting there at 5-0 with Marcel Reed and that Mike Elko defense. So wide open.
What did you say? I'm sorry, Robert, in my ear?
I said let's break when you get a second.
I'm Buck Rising. It's 104.5 The Zone.
12 o'clock, good afternoon from the 104.5 The Zone studios. I'm Lucas Panzica as the Titans move on this week to face the Arizona Cardinals on the road this coming Sunday. The Titans officially open running back Tyjae Spears' window to return to practice. He remains on injured reserve for the moment. Started the season on IR with an ankle injury. Speaking of running back injuries, the Arizona Cardinals have placed Trey Benson on injured reserve. Already down James Conner for the season, they elevate Amari DiMercado in Arizona, diving deep into its running back depth. In other NFL news, the Browns announced Dylan Gabriel will take over as the starter. Joe Flacco heads to the bench. The Browns at 1-3 take on the Vikings in London Sunday morning. And Nashville Soccer Club will play for the U.S. Open Cup final tonight at Austin FC. Both clubs looking for their first ever trophy. Kickoff tonight at 7. You can watch the game on Paramount or CBS Sports Network. For all your foundation repairs and waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Well, hey, look at that. The press conference that was scheduled for 11:50 hasn't started yet. Brian Callahan is expected at the podium at some point today. The Twitter link just went live, so I suppose that's sooner rather than later. Brian Callahan is there. We go live to Ascension St. Thomas.
You sure? Yeah, excited to get ready to go play Arizona this week. They've been in some really tight ball games. I think they've lost two games in a row now on walk-off field goals at the end of the game. So they've played a physical brand of football in the front. They've run the ball well in their past games. They got a very similar scheme to us on the offensive side, and then defensively, it's a unique setup. They do a really good job with how they use their players. A lot of different personnels and fronts, rotations, coverages. I got a lot of respect for their coaching staff. Jonathan Gannon and their defense coordinator Nick Rallis and Drew Petzing on the offensive side, and then Jeff Rogers, their special teams coordinator. It's a really good special teams unit. Those guys are all highly respected coaches. They do a really good job with what they have there in Arizona. I think Budda Baker is a phenomenal football player. You see him all over the field. He's a real difference maker on their defense for him. He's fun to watch play football. We got our hands full with making sure we know where he's at on every play. But they got a good team. They got some young players that are playing well. They got some veteran guys that are stepping up and contributing in some important roles. Calais Campbell's still out there doing it at a high level, which is crazy to see how well he's playing. So good team, got to go on the road and go play good football if we want to win.
Knowing that quarterback growth is not linear, wondering about the footwork element of quarterback growth. And are there any indications that is more or less linear?
There's certainly things, especially when you're coming from the college game into the pro game, and the timing is so much more exact at this level, and the progressions of the quarterback, where his eyes go, what the route is, tied directly into his drop and his footwork. Those things have to be very precise, and it does take some time for guys to understand what that feels like and what it looks like, where your feet are tied into really the progression. And so as your feet hit the top of the drop and you take one hitch and your eyes go 1 to 2 to 3, that's a huge part of playing quarterback in the NFL. And it's a process that takes guys a little bit of time. We're still working really hard with Cam on those things. There's moments where it's really good, and there's moments where he's continuing to understand and get better at it. Those are high areas of focus for us in terms of the timing of the passing game with tied in with his footwork and the discipline and patience of the footwork too. That's all a huge part of it. So it's a constant work in progress, and there's signs where it looks really good, and then we have moments where we got to keep correcting it. So I'd say the best thing is it's a work in progress.
In terms of football, Cam's comments after the game the other day, but and certainly showed competitive spirit, fire, etc. Any concerns though? I mean, this is a guy that is not used to not winning and struggling either. how do you deal with him in terms of those things that he is not used to?
Yeah, he's still he's a young player. You know, he's the number one overall pick. He's the face of a franchise, if you will. He's got high expectations for himself. We have high expectations around him, and we all want to meet those. And his ability to be in that spotlight in that moment, I think, is a growing process for him. I think he's growing up. I think he's starting to understand the weight of his words, what those things mean when he speaks and everyone's listening and watching. And then even though he says, you know, he follows up the commentary with a lot of the right things, it's the one-liner that gets taken. And, you know, he's learning how to deal with you guys and how to understand how to have those conversations and still, you know, maintain the image that he wants to maintain as a starting quarterback. So growing up is not always easy. And I think there's some things that he's learning along the way, just like we all do.
Back to the footwork thing a minute. When, as guys, you know, from a young age go through as much coaching and tutoring and, you know, playing as they have, and they advance to this level, shouldn't footwork be an issue that most guys are past?
Oh no, they're never past it. There's guys that are in years into their career that are still working on those things. To me, I would liken it to it's probably similar to like a golf swing, right? Where you're sort of always working on it. You're always tinkering with it. You're always finding out where you can make it better, where you can be more efficient. Those are all things that guys are working on. I mean, you know, all these guys still go all offseason long to go see other quarterback coaches and guys to continue to work on it. It's a craft is the best way to put it. The footwork and the anticipation and the timing of playing quarterback it's an art form, and they spend a lot of time working on it, trying new things, tweaking it. So I would say it's never something that guys ever arrive to. I mean, it's something we're always constantly working on with quarterbacks, especially, you know, young ones. And sometimes they don't get the same type of detailed footwork and coaching in those years of the 7-on-7s and stuff like that. They just go out and play ball. So yeah, I think it's a skill, it's a craft, and it's something that we spend a lot of time on.
What's your perspective on blocking out the noise in general for yourself, for the players? Is it something that you think is super necessary? I know Bones was saying yesterday sometimes he's motivated by criticism. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I think everyone's got their own way of handling those things. Some take a lot more than others, but there's part of that you can use as motivation if you're looking for it. There's definitely ways that it can inspire you in some way, shape, or form. I generally take the stance that most things on social media and Twitter are generally poison. And I try to stay away from it as much as possible personally. I know, but our players are of the age and the generation of guys that have just grown up with phones and social media. So they see things, they understand that criticism comes with this job, good or bad. And you have to learn how to deal with both of those things, especially when things go well too. You got to deal with the praise part of it. And they're both equally dangerous. And so usually my best advice in my own personal practice is I tend to not engage in as little of it as possible. No offense to you guys.
I know you got to get Tajay back on the 53-man first, but when he is back and healthy, what does that look like with him and Tony moving forward? What do you want it to look like as far as distribution of carries, play time, and all of that?
Yeah, I think putting a number on it or a finite statement on it at the moment until we know where he's at and how, you know, type of shape he's in and game shape. He hadn't played in a month. And he hasn't played yet this year except for the preseason game that he played in. So we're going to see where he's at, see how much he can handle from a conditioning and load standpoint. But certainly would like to have him involved. I mean, the way he was practicing in training camp was really exciting. We were very much looking forward to seeing how he could help us on offense. He brings an explosive element that and a change of pace that is going to be good for us. So hoping to get him involved as quickly as possible and as much as he can handle.
Looking in, it seems like RPO is not something you guys are using as much. How much thought do you have on increasing that, knowing that that's one of the things that Cam did so well in college?
Yeah, we've dabbled in it. There's some things. The RPO game can be hit or miss at this level. There's some really good looks at it occasionally, and then there's some not great looks at it. Defenses have gotten pretty good at finding ways to make it challenging. So yeah, there are things that we just keep probing and we keep working on and we keep finding where they might fit for us. Like I said, we've done some. We've done some run, run option things, not necessarily RPOs, kind of two different, pre-snap alerts versus actually like reading defenders. We've done a little bit of it, and we keep growing with it. We have plenty of it in the arsenal. We've worked it a bunch in training camp. Just depends on who you're playing and what kind of style and structure you face.
Has he lobbied to you at all to increase that?
Not anything out of the normal flow of conversation. Nothing out of the ordinary, no.
You want to develop him in a drop-back fashion, and a lot of offense has to happen out of that. His best stuff obviously has happened way off script.
Sure.
How do you kind of find stuff that feels off script to build for him that's actually,
I think, I think one of the things you saw, maybe from the Indy game in certain points is, and some of the stuff we've done over the years, like some of the boot game is and movement game is very similar, where you're getting outside of the pocket and you're moving off the launch point, and there's guys moving across the field. That first drive in Houston, same sort of thing happened. We're running a movement play, and they kind of cover the initial part of it, and Alec breaks across the field, and Cam's got time and makes a big throw off schedule. Those are the things you can interject and give to him that feel a little bit like that. So that, moving the pocket's always going to be a part of what we want to do. And that boot game and movement game is a good complement to that.
I know you spoke real highly of Jeff's play so far this year the other day. I wonder if those accomplishments are even kind of more noteworthy given the fact that he's getting double teamed at the rate he is, and B, that you guys really haven't had another consistent pass rusher step up so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, all of that aside, I just think that Jeff's playing football right now I'd be hard pressed, and I watch enough around the league. I'd be hard pressed to find anybody on the interior defensive line playing as well as he is right now. It's been really fun to watch him play football. He's been impactful in every way, shape, or form on the defensive line. I think he's playing football at about as high level as you can play, and the hope is that inspires those guys that are with him to try to match that. And I think they did. They played a lot better. I mean, we're getting better in that spot. I think we're using guys the right way. We're mixing in some of the pressure spots where we can help alleviate some of those just one-on-ones where we can try to send more guys to the quarterback. But those guys got to do their part too. That's all a part of the process, and keep finding ways to get them in the right matchups. But there's nobody, again, hard pressed to find anybody playing better football around the league than Jeff is.
Weight loss has much to do with it?
I think that's probably a better question for him on how he feels. But I mean, you see his explosiveness. I mean, that sack that he had, the speed that he got off the ball and beat the center really before he had even a chance to put his hands up. There's probably something to that. I think he probably could elaborate more on how he feels, though.
Where's your confidence in Joey at right now, and kind of what was the motivation for the kicker tryouts yesterday?
That stuff is kind of normal flow of operations, just front office guys doing their homework on what's out there. Again, always, just like I always say for us, we're always evaluating everything. And so that's just a part of the normal procedure. We have workouts every Tuesday. We always have guys in at all positions, even positions that maybe we don't think we need, but you're always taking a look at what's available should you need something. So it's more just doing your homework and making sure you know what's available. But my confidence in Joey is sky high. I think, and I even talked to him in the locker room before we came out after halftime, and I was like, hey, you know what kind of game it's going to be. We're coming right back to you. And he knows that. He's been fantastic for us. Those kickers miss field goals occasionally. It just unfortunately missed two in a game, and the long ones are what they are. Those are more shots than they are necessarily anticipating 100% makes on those. But I believe wholeheartedly in Joey, and he's been fantastic for us as a teammate. I'll send him right out there again, kick it again.
Denard and Denard and Bones yesterday talked about maybe the importance of simplifying things schematically to get guys to whatever it is, think less, act more, get back to basics to try to, especially on offense, wondering what you guys can do to jumpstart a unit that hasn't been good enough.
Yeah, that's all a part of the process when you're trying to evaluate on why do we not perform the way that we think we can? Why are we not producing at a rate that we should be? You always go back and look at yourself first. We all do that. I do the same thing. Is how do we best put our players in position to be successful? And sometimes the answer is do more. And sometimes the answer is do less. And I think our guys have done a great job of reflecting and understanding and trying to figure out what is the best thing for this version of our football team, this 2025 team. And every year, every team is different. And sometimes the things you think are going to be good going in to a season aren't as good as maybe you had anticipated. So you have to be ready to pivot and adapt and adjust. And that's the name of the game in this league, is how quickly can you pivot and adjust and find a solution to a problem. And that's our job, is to find as many solutions as possible. And that's always a part of it, is what do we need to do? And if it is simpler, then that's what we'll do. If it's a different schematic approach, then we have to do that. And that's what the good coaching staffs in this league do. And we got to do a good job of finding a way to get a win. And that's our focus. And whatever that takes, we'll be willing to do.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
That is Titans head coach Brian Callahan at the podium.
Yes.
Did you do that on purpose? Yeah.
The slow nod.
It wasn't even a slow nod. It was a side eye, look up, head nod. I see you.
Good song.
Not a song. If that was a song, would Shakira sing it or Kid Rock?
Ooh. Oh, that would definitely be a Shakira song.
No, that's a Kid Rock song.
No way.
It's white noise. It's got more Kid Rock vibes.
She would definitely be.
It's more Kid Rock.
I listened to your Kid Rock argument. You have to admit when you're wrong.
What is the poll saying right now?
Oh, yeah. Do you think that particular portion of the audience is going to skew Shakira, do you?
Looks like Kid Rock is winning 52% to 48%.
Okay, did you see the thing that I retweeted?
Weren't we supposed to be talking about something right now?
No, we have time. Well, I can sit right here. Go ahead. Read the thing that I retweeted about the baby and the hydrogen bomb.
What? That sounds like a terrible joke setup. Did you hear about the baby and the hydrogen bomb setup? Like, what?
Tyler Ross tweets us with side-by-side screenshots.
Oh, sure.
Of their respective Spotify streams.
Of course. That has nothing to do with bangers.
Hydrogen bomb, Shakira, versus coughing baby, Shakira washes Kid Rock. It literally has everything to do with the amount of time that people want to listen to Shakira versus Kid Rock.
Okay, not about what you want to listen to. A lot of people listen to Mozart to fall asleep. That doesn't mean it's a banger.
Hips Don't Lie has 2 billion plays.
It doesn't mean it's a banger.
Mozart's got bangers.
You are overlooking the word banger. If we're
Did
like,
you just
who is more
Mozart?
Yeah.
Who is more popular? How did I denigrate Mozart? We're not asking about who is played more. We're asking about what is a banger. A banger is a song that you want to listen to that gets you amped.
Correct.
That gets
all
you excited.
Summer long versus no.
All summer
We're
long
talking about hits that they have.
No, that's not what the tweet says. That's not what the tweet says. The whole argument has been bangers.
You are moving the goalposts.
No, I am not. I have never swayed from this. It has been bangers the whole time.
Okay. How does it compare to Requiem in D minor?
Requiem in D minor is a banger. I don't know what you want
Or
to
Serenade in B flat major. You can't deny.
I want to cuss at y'all so bad because you're using like the straw man argument. Like I don't understand. You're arguing something that I'm not arguing. Like, and it's pissing me off.
I had anything to not talk about, just the word salad of press conferences that we're going to be carrying.
Oh, shut up. It's more miserable to hear you complain about the press conferences than it is to hear the actual press conferences. Let's hear Brian Callahan.
I'm sorry. Did you get a lot out of that thing while you were scrolling through TikTok and not paying attention to the press conference?
I can walk and chew gum.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I can walk and chew gum.
I didn't realize it was so important to you. You know, I'm looking right at you when we're listening to the press conference, right?
I have ears and eyes. I can listen to something and look at something else.
You famously don't listen to anything.
Nothing you say.
We'll talk about whatever the hell it is Brian Callahan said coming up next. Welcome back to the show.
You wanted bangers? You wanted bangers? This is what I play after every Ravens loss. Just sit in a dark house, in a seat, in a room that is empty with a window open, smoking a cigarette.
Staring out the window.
Judge me, and you need not be judged.
Oh, God. It must be so nice to watch a football team that has actual stakes attached to it. I mean, I suppose we get that with Tennessee on Saturdays.
Maybe that's why my buddy's dog likes watching. I can't believe you laughed at that.
That's such a bad joke. Lucas famously not listening. 615-737-1045 is the number if you want to jump in. So Lucas locked in on the Brian Callahan press conference. And the thing that caught our attention is a question being asked about Cam Ward and the way that he comported himself post-game on Sunday. We got a call during the Dumbest Thing in Sports this week about at least one member of the listening audience. I mean, there's 2 million people theoretically within the sound of our voice. But I'm sure that one person that called in and made Cam Ward his Dumbest Thing in Sports this week for the, I don't know, is it too strong to call it a crash out at the podium? I think it's too strong. He's just frustrated. He's bothered by the fact that his team's 0-4. So Cam Ward, do we have the Cam Ward clip to play? Let's play Cam Ward first, at your convenience, Robert. No rush. We can stall. But, you know, you get shut out for the first time in, I mean, theoretically, your college career, and certainly your professional career. If you're Cam Ward, your team is 0-4. You're having a hard time. You are from Houston. He had a bunch of family in attendance, so it was a bit of a homecoming opportunity for him. And, of course, that did not go to plan. So Cam Ward gets to the podium with us Sunday night and has this to say.
I mean, we keeping the book right now. We ass. So we 0-4. We have, at this point, we got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games, and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all three faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet. And that's just something that, you know, we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better, and we're doing that, but it has to show up on Sundays. It hasn't showed up yet, but it got to show up next week.
All right. So your reaction in real time, Lucas, was what to that?
Not mincing words. You know, it wasn't shock. Like, Cam Ward has spoken in those terms before, right? Like, with that sort of unfiltered tone. What was it that had people up in arms in the summer on what he's going to be doing?
F out of the ball.
I'm going to throw the bleep out of the ball, and people are, you know.
We got calls about it.
Yeah, I got calls
about
about
supposed to talk that way. Blah, blah, blah,
which,
blah,
to be
blah.
honest, I'm surprised.
I hate that, buddy.
We haven't gotten some people complain. I haven't heard anybody complaining about it because
well, the one guy did today. The one guy that called us and made it his Dumbest Thing in Sports this week.
Yeah, but even then, it felt like he was kind of couching it, saying, like, I mean, I get it, I agree with him, but it wasn't like the outrage that we heard when he had an offhand in a media scrum after a practice saying throw that F out of the ball.
Yeah, that was a little
But anyway, long-winded way of saying I wasn't, like, taken aback or surprised by it. Cameron Ward has spoken truthfully and unfiltered in that way since he got here.
He is the only person who, when he gets to a podium for this organization, speaks 100% unvarnished truth. Now, if you're a coach, you can't do that because we understand that not everything should be public information. I would like to know everything, but I understand why it's a coach's prerogative or a GM's prerogative to not give the media everything. Cam Ward, though, is not polished in that way. It's why Ramon and I were talking about this off air at some point in the pre-draft process, and how loud things were around Shedeur and how loud Shedur's, you know, the atmosphere around Shedeur is. And Ramon looked at me and said, Cam's way louder in terms of persona than Shedeur Sanders is, and people will find that out.
Ironically, they say, you're saying that, I don't know if you're seeing everything coming out from the locker room in Cleveland today.
No.
Shedeur is doing this thing. I would say let's play the audio, but there is no audio because he's being asked about the quarterback situation. Dylan Gabriel starting, Flacco the backup. He's still the third stringer, and all of his answer, he is pantomiming all of his answers. Like he's just not speaking?
Yeah.
He's like,
is there a video?
Yes, there's a lot of video.
Oh, I just got the Bleacher Report push notifications. Shador speechless about QB3, literally.
He's doing like a bit, like he's like not speaking intentionally. He's like mouthing the words and like using his arms. Like he's being asked question, and he's clearly having fun with it, and he's got this big smile on his face. But yeah, he's just going full mime.
Oh, so he's literally not saying anything. That's crazy.
Like he's answering the question without anything coming out of his mouth.
That's so
he
funny.
Is just moving his lips.
I appreciate that. At least he can laugh about it. So. Do you feel any kind of way about Cam Ward's reaction? Because 3HL came in here with Titans Colonoscopy Monday T-shirts after the fact. There are T-shirts being made on the internet. We ass, right? Quoting Cam Ward. The one caller today, again, it's not to make a one-person sample size into something larger, but there are probably at least a few other people that feel a certain type of way about Cam Ward, not meaning to disparage the franchise, but it being turned into, like Brian Callahan said. Let's play the Brian Callahan clip from just moments ago, where he's being asked to respond to Cam Ward's frustrations on Sunday night.
He's still he's a young player. You know, he's a number one overall pick. He's the face of a franchise, if you will. He's got high expectations for himself. We have high expectations around him, and we all want to meet those. And his ability to be in that spotlight in that moment, I think, is a growing process for him. I think he's growing up. I think he's starting to understand the weight of his words, what those things mean when he speaks, and everyone's listening and watching. And then even though he says, he follows up the commentary with a lot of the right things, it's the one-liner that gets taken. And, he's learning how to deal with you guys and how to understand how to have those conversations and still, maintain the image that he wants to maintain as a starting quarterback. So growing up is not always easy. And I think there's some things that he's learning along the way, just like we all do.
That's not a maturity thing, though, is it? He's just saying the thing that everybody else is thinking. Like, Callahan's an easy target. Right? Like, it's easy for me to sit up here and literally to anything that Brian Callahan says, I disagree with what Brian Callahan says, because he's 0-4 and he's 3-18 and all the different things about how bad the tenure of Brian Callahan has been as Titans head coach. But I understand why an organization wouldn't love we ass being plastered all over the place when they're already down bad and their season ticket reps are sending messages to potential customers like, our Titans fans are very happy. Please buy more tickets to our new stadium. But it's just, I think Cam Ward has comported himself with more maturity than just about anybody else about the situation. Like, the concerning part, and you guys tell me if you disagree with this, is that they are putting him in a position where he is this visibly frustrated a month in. We've just gotten to the second month of the season. They have not played a game yet in the month of October. He has played 4 games, and they are ass. And so that he is able to correctly identify that they went from mid in training camp, remember that line that got all the attention, to in Atlanta talking to us after joint training camp, I think I have a top 5 receiving. I think I have the potential, or we have the potential to have a top 5 group, a top 10 offense, this, that, and the other. And everybody, kind of being like, oh, that's cute. He just got here. And now that he's just honest about the situation, like he's gone from, I think it's better for him to be blunt with people. I don't want it sugar-coated from the quarterback, even though the quarterback's usually sugar-coated.
Well, of course you don't, and neither do I. Everybody enjoys hearing that unfiltered reaction from the quarterback, obviously. But
like, is a lack of filter for Cam Ward a maturity thing? That's where I think, like, because Brian Callahan is saying, oh, he'll grow up eventually.
I guess so, but like, two things can be true. I love hearing the quarterback of the team talk like that. I also understand why the organization would like for Cam to be just a little more buttoned up in his answers and not say things that are going to be taken and run with the F word in them. Like, both of these things can be true.
Yeah, but I don't care what they want. They don't have a leg to stand on at this point. That he's giving honest assessments while everybody else is trying to be like, oh no, it's fine. It's not hopeless. Oh no, it's fine. We'll turn this thing around. Oh no, it's fine. It's going to be so much better when we actually get over the hump. Okay.
Yeah, but like, we can understand that, right? Why we enjoy it, but why the franchise would rather, hey, just keep it a little, like, just dial it back a little bit.
I just don't think it does any harm. Like, I think you are correct. It can be both things. I think that they make too much of this by saying, oh, it's, talking about it as if he needs to grow up here. Come on. 615-737-1045. There's one person in the chat that says it is a lack of professionality, which is not a word.
I mean, maybe emotional maturity. You know what I mean? Like, that's something I lack. Like, in moments where it's like, I want to be upset about something, I want to be upset.
As demonstrated by our Kid Rock Shakira conversation.
Shut up! Shut up!
Like I was saying.
Larissa is up next.
You guys are wrong.
How are you?
Hi, hello. I'm good. I called. Yeah, I love this station. I love this station.
We're just dumb. We appreciate you enabling us.
We love you.
Well, back at yes. And I called in earlier, and yeah, professionality is not a word. Professionalism, yeah. But I digress. One of the things that I'm really curious about is what the NFL is really trying to do. Where is this going to go? Because we've all started jobs when we were not the best, and you just kind of keep grinding. But at some point, it can't be about Cam. It can't be about the coach. It can't be about this. And when I called in earlier, you've got the great talent. You've got a great fan base. You've got a great city. You've got a great state. You have all of it. Something is missing. Something is so missing. And I don't get it. And it's a head scratcher.
Well, can it just be I don't mean to interrupt you, but could it just simply be bad ownership?
Oh, I am not going to comment on that.
Okay. Thank you for the call.
Yeah, Larissa works for Amy Adams Strong.
I don't think we've ever been commented by a caller.
She hung up quick, too.
I hung up on her.
He's like, I got to get back to work.
I hung up.
Yes, Miss Amy, I'm bringing your tea. Like,
we love you, Larissa.
What are you doing?
She said it first.
She said she loves this station, and you did not acknowledge it.
That's my bit.
Oh, you just have nobody else can tell anybody else they love them?
No.
You just have a monopoly over the word love on these airwaves?
I famously won't say it.
I feel like I am starting to hate you guys. Really starting to dislike both of you. Very strongly.
Attitude reflects leadership. Where is the leadership on this show? Oh, God. Last call for phone calls. If you got them, 615-737-1045. No comment is so funny. What if your owner sucks? I don't know. I'm Buck Rising. It's 1045 The Zone. Hey, can we talk about a good thing? Nashville SC, U.S. Open Cup. We ready tonight? Austin FC, the opponent, taking place in Austin.
Be a good environment over there. McConaughey, we'll see if he's out there banging his drum.
Well, there's no way he misses it, right? He doesn't. Maybe he doesn't do it for every game, but he's out there.
No,
pretty often.
I'd be surprised if he's not out there and very visible. It's Austin's first opportunity for a trophy, too. These are two of the newest clubs in MLS. Nashville opened up in 2020, obviously, with its inaugural season. Austin FC in 2021. Two soccer-specific stadiums, two cities that have some similarities, quite honestly, in terms of the way they've been booming over the last decade plus. So, yeah, you do this to win trophies. That's why you play this game, especially in the sport of soccer. You do it to win trophies, whether it's your league, whether it's a domestic cup like the U.S. Open Cup, whether it's the continental competition like Champions League. That is why you do this. And so they are playing a final today. It is a moment for them to get to accomplish one of the number one things that you can accomplish as a professional, as a coach, as a club, and to make a little bit of history for the city and the club. We'll see. 7 p.m. tonight, people can watch on Paramount, and it'll be televised on CBS Sports Network, too. We're not going to have a radio call on the Zone. We just do MLS games, regular season and playoffs. But I can't wait to see what this looks like. I think it's going to be a good game, two teams that want it. And, some positivity for the sports scene in Nashville. This is a competition that's been happening since 1914. 1914. There's not an older competition in American sports. So,
well, if they did win the trophy,
no, we should have done the bit. We should have done the bit. That's on you. You blew it.
No, it was because you started laughing. He saw you laughing.
Oh,
a bit.
Where we just let you talk for as long as you'll talk about something.
There are things like yesterday for that SEC observations segment where Robert and I just sat back and stared at each other while you.
Oh, I'll go.
No, I know.
Yeah. No, and that's what I love about you. Especially when we get on one of your topics.
Oh, yeah, you got to put a speed bump in front of me.
So if they do win the trophy, do they have like a cool celebration with? Like, in soccer, do you get to drink beer out of the trophy? Do you get to bring it back to Geodis where the fans can look at it?
That's not like a parade-worthy trophy, is it?
I'm not sure what kind of celebration would be involved. I imagine that something would happen back at, maybe back at Geodis Park, but cross that bridge if they come to it. I think the Open Cup, the trophy in and of itself, is drinkable.
Well, by the way, it has a lid, so I would say it is the closed cup.
I'm not sure.
It's not open anywhere in any of these pictures I've found of it.
I'm not sure if the lid can be removed.
That's a shadow-worthy joke. Take your ass to the shadow.
No, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Come on.
Pretty good.
Get me out of there.
Go.
No. Why do you?
No, it was a good joke. It's not a shadow-worthy joke. He's told worse jokes. We all have.
He's told worse jokes today. He's told worse jokes this segment.
I'm going to take myself to the shadows. I don't want to be here.
Sound like Lucas.
Shall we make goal-scoring predictions? Put something on the line for a Nashville SC goal scorer, and if one of us gets it right.
Like who scores the first goal?
Yeah.
Or who scores?
Or who scores for Nashville?
Can I just do the obvious and take Sam Surridge?
Take Sam off the board? Yeah, it's a pretty good bet.
No, I'm going to pick the score.
No, you can't do that from the shadows.
Go ahead. Let's get a prediction.
Nashville wins 3-2.
Ooh, the shootout.
God, it's cold down here.
Austin FC, a very defensive team. We'll see. I don't know. That could be favorable for Nashville if it's a high-scoring game.
I want so badly for somebody to win something. I want Vanderbilt to beat Alabama. I want Nashville SC to beat Austin FC. I need somebody to win something, for God's sakes.
There are good vibes around both of those programs and fan bases, Vanderbilt and Nashville Soccer Club. Both are feeling pretty good right now.
As they should. And this is the thing about any, season, and I'm not saying anything profound here, but Nashville SC with did it end up being 14 or 15 unbeaten results?
15 unbeaten in all competitions. Yeah, so that includes U.S. Open Cup.
Yeah. Still, 15 unbeaten results was awesome. And then they roll through. They hit a bit of talking about speed bumps, hit a bit of a speed bump themselves, and now go into this particular match with some momentum. I think you have to be tested in a season to be able to show that you can respond. We talked about Tennessee's defense late against Mississippi State. Yeah, you weren't great for 3 quarters. How did you respond in that moment? I think those things are important to actually test how capable or how confident a team is going to be, a club or a program is going to be when it's not as easy. It seemed easy for Nashville SC this summer, and I was glad to see that they, were tested, responded in some form or fashion, and still have put themselves with the opportunity to get a trophy like you mentioned.
It's a quick turnaround, too. If they win tonight, the celebration will have to be short-lived or postponed to a later date, because they go straight up to Montreal Saturday to get back into MLS regular season play, where there are only 2 games remaining in the regular season, at Montreal Saturday and then hosting Inter Miami October 18th before the MLS Cup playoffs begin. But for this moment right now, tonight, you've got a chance to make some history, and that's a cool thing. So look forward to watching.
No, he was done.
But you're ramping up there.
Oh, I can keep going.
We'll get him next time.
Give us a fun fact. Something to stick in our bonnet. Something to...
No.
Damn, he was on to us.
Bob and weave the hell out of that
I know,
thing.
it was too obvious. I think he heard me.
Yeah, you're so loud.
He's like,
you better hit him with the just go back to watching your TikToks and feigning interest in a lame duck coach's press conference.
I don't have TikTok.
Hit him with the poles.
Unbelievable.
Presented by Two Rivers Ford, the South's most trusted Ford dealer. What is the dumbest thing in sports this week? Puka says the Mets. Did the Mets do something? What did the Mets do?
Oh, they collapsed. They collapsed with the opportunity to make the postseason. I actually tried to watch last night's wild card game, and then it was baseball, and I fell asleep.
Oh. Jake says Ryder Cup fan throwing a beer can at Rory McIlroy's wife. I didn't see that.
There's a lot of conversation being had about the Ryder Cup crowd being just out of control, not even for like a golf event by the pretentious standards of golf events normally, but just like being unruly for like a college football crowd or something like that.
Did you see Coach O leading the crowd? Where he's he gets in front of the crowd and he's like, "All right, everybody, we're going to make it loud and proud just for all them out there to hear us. USA, USA." And the whole bleachers, banisters, everybody got up with Coach O.
That's not real.
It was awesome. Look it up.
That's a pretty good Coach O that you just did.
Thank you. Go Tigers.
That's pretty good.
Well, that's the easiest part of the Coach show.
Is Cam Ward regressing? 51% say yes. Jacoby says, insane question to ask after 16 quarters. A lot of people in the replies are saying, how can you say regressing after 4 games?
Real easy, because he's getting worse every time I watch him.
It is a small sample size when you talk about the big picture of an NFL season.
It's like the airplane joke. Like, I can't believe you would say something like that. Yes, of course he's regressing.
I mean, I guess at what point is it okay to talk about the big picture stuff? You can't have a conversation about the big picture.
I can't do a whole
4
season
games
of
in.
full picture or big picture stuff. I need to be able to talk about games, things of consequence, things to get us at least to the month of October. Thank God we made it.
Yeah. I think that it is a legitimate concern that his rookie season will do more harm than good if things don't get better around him, right? Like, it takes a truly special player to overcome that amount of bad.
And even then, like Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl, the best quarterback going maybe right now in pro football, doesn't have enough, and he gets walloped by the Eagles. Like, it happens to the best players too.
Who has more bangers, Shakira or Kid Rock? 51.6% are saying Kid Rock.
Well, yeah, the audience.
It's close.
Obviously is not going to. Somebody tweeted us or messaged in the comment section earlier. I brought it up, but I would have brought it up earlier, but Robert was already seething at us. Lou Bega has more listeners than Kid Rock on Spotify.
Lou Bega, what is
Mambo number 5?
Oh, that's Mambo number 5. Okay.
Yeah, good. His one song.
Banger.
Yeah, sure. One banger.
It is an all-timer.
I forgot. Who won that, though? They have spoken.
It's not over.
It is over.
The
polls are closed. You put a timer on them.
No, there's no timer.
You put a timer on them?
I don't do them, so you tell me.
Damn, I thought I had him there. I really thought I had him there. Those the polls?
Yep.
Very good. That's the show. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Cam Ward's going to speak later this afternoon. Blaine and Zach will carry that press conference. I will be at that press conference. We will talk to Cam Ward about said regression or theoretical regression at this point in time. Prime time tonight. We'll see you there.
Good afternoon. It is 12:57, getting a little early today. I am Ross Johnson at the 104.5 The Zone Studios. In Titans news, the team opened running back Tyjae Spears' return to practice window. It will stay open for 3 weeks for him to return, and he will not count against the team's 53-man roster until activated. Also, as it pertains to the Week 5 matchup with Arizona, Cardinals running back Trey Benson has been placed on IR, so he will be out for Sunday's game. James Conner is also out, so the Cardinals will be leaning on their third-string back, Emari Demercado. In NFL news, Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels has been cleared to return to practice as his status for this week is still up in the air. Buccaneers running back Bucky Irving is dealing with a foot sprain that the team considers to be a week-to-week injury. And former Indianapolis Colt and All-Pro linebacker Shaquille Leonard is retiring from the NFL as a Colt. Lastly, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson is not practicing today due to his hamstring injury. His status for Week 5 is still unknown. All of this being reported by ESPN's Adam Schefter. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once in your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by All Four Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. Okay. Brian Callahan spoke today, and I guess let's start off with maybe sort of good news, I guess. Tyjae Spears, they opened up the 21 practice day window for him. J.C. Latham, it's just a matter of when he'll be back, not if he will be back, but it's sounding like he could be back maybe next week, I think is probably the more realistic option. Not this week. This would mean it'll be his 5th straight game to miss. But the progress on his injury looks good. Like I said, Tyjae Spears opened up the 21-day practice window. There was an injury over there at the Arizona Cardinals over the weekend. Trey Benson got put on the IR. They already have James Conner on IR. So that means they're down to their third running back, Emari Demercado, and then, Michael Carter, former Jets running back, is the other guy. So they'll be splitting time there. So a little bit of good news, I guess, for this Tennessee Titans run defense, but I don't know if this Tennessee Titans run defense can handle 13 personnel as high as it's 3 tight ends out there, as high as the Arizona Cardinals run it. Can you just from a defensive perspective, what kind of challenges does a 1 running back, 3 tight end set kind of bring for the defense? Or any defense?
Well, you can't ask it broadly because what defense are you playing?
Well, this Tennessee Titans defense.
Well, they may have another plan for 3 tight ends. Have they faced 3 tight ends? Have you seen them, what they do against 3 tight ends? So for us to kind of, see them against 3 tight ends, I have no idea what we did. We did what we call extra backer, and we would put in a linebacker for a safety, and that at that time was Keith Bullock. Yeah. So that's what we did, and we felt like it was an advantage, and it actually became that. It was a huge advantage because Keith Bullock had safety background as well as he could run, and it was big like the linebacker, so he could cover those tight ends. So don't know if we have that weapon. Maybe Winston will be somewhat that guy. They come in, and now you can play the run and the pass. So I have no idea how they would approach that. I think, to be honest, the more common approach is if the Titans are watching Arizona's offense, they need to bring in their own offense to watch them. That's what I tell them, because their own offense should try to do some of the 3 tight ends, even though they tight ends can't block.
I was about to say.
The tight ends can't block, but who's to say that wouldn't surprise people? Or you can get them to bring in run defenders and you run passing routes. See, it's all about matchups. So, I have no idea. I'm not watching film like that, and I'm not going to act like I'm a coach either. So I have no idea what they'll do against that.
I just didn't know what the kind of unique challenges just 13 personnel brings in general, too, because obviously 3 tight ends it's not used a lot in the NFL.
Right, and you try to do some things that aren't, just depending if you have the personnel. Obviously, Arizona's got it, and they got a real good tight end, too.
Yeah.
McBride. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. You would thought going into the season that would be a strength of stopping the run. I'm not sure what all Arizona does out of those packages, but they definitely run it more than most. So that'll be something that they'll have to prepare for that they haven't in the past. So it'll be something new for them in game to defend. I don't know what they'll do against it.
They have obviously Trey McBride. The other 2 tight ends are Tip Ryman, who, if you may not know Tip Ryman, he was in the 2024 draft class. He was a tight end out Illinois. He is a big old boy. He's I believe he's 6'5" or 6'6".
Oh, gosh.
Closer to 6'5", 271 pounds. I mean, he is built. Oh. So now remember that said just now, 6'5", 271. He ran a 4.64 40. So he's also he's a freak athlete, but I mean he mainly was used as a blocker. So he's still being mainly used as a blocker. Illinois,
you said, okay.
Yeah, and then behind him is Elijah Higgins, who, for those that may not remember Elijah Higgins, I believe is 2 draft classes ago. He was the other Stanford receiver opposite Michael Wilson, who is their wide receiver 2 or 3 at Arizona. But he was the number 2 Stanford wide receiver couple of years ago, and he's built like a tight end. You knew he was one of those wide receivers that you saw him as senior, bro. You're like, that guy's a tight end. Yeah. Kind of like Brew McCoy. Like Brew McCoy probably should have been a tight end, like in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And they got the personnel to do it. And I wish the Titans even had the personnel to run 2 tight end sets successfully to keep people guessing of what this team can do, but they just don't have it, unfortunately.
And they got Energizer Bunny at quarterback.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And is Connor going to be back? The running back?
No, he's out. I think he's out for the season just as well as Trey Benson. Yeah, I think they both ended up suffering injuries that are keeping them out of the season. Yesterday, just to kind of wrap some housekeeping up, they tried out 4 kickers yesterday, 2 wide receivers, they tried out 12 players yesterday. So 4 kickers, a long snapper, I believe 2 or 3 wide receivers and 2 quarterbacks as well. So it was a long list of players that they tried out.
Who were the quarterbacks?
It was Dorian Taylor Robinson. It
was with the Browns.
He was with the Browns.
Thompson Robinson.
What?
Dorian
Thompson Robinson. Mm-hmm. Thompson Robinson. I'm pulling up the tweet to have the full list.
Good off the cuff, though.
I know we just struggle with names on the show.
We do.
So.
Okay, so it is Dorian Thompson Robinson. I always call him Taylor Robinson, too.
Where did he went to Penn State? Where did he go?
UCLA.
I knew he went. Yeah. Okay.
And then Ben Wooldridge from Louisiana Lafayette.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. That'd be like a Stoney guy I'd have to ask. Because I bet Stoney knows more about Ben Wooldridge than I do.
But even more intriguing, 2 kickers and a long snapper.
4 kickers and a long snapper.
What?
Zane Gonzalez from Arizona State, who's been with the Cardinals before. Oh. Dustin Hopkins, who's been with the Browns, who's from Florida State. Greg Joseph, who's been with Minnesota, the Cowboys. So all 3 of those guys are pretty proven in this league. And then Matthew Wright, who I believe he was here at one point, right? Matt Wright, wasn't he?
He was with the Jaguars for a little bit.
Was he with the Jaguars? I thought he was also here and also with the Jets. Check me on that. And then the long snapper is Zach Triner from Assumption. And that's the name of the college. I've never heard of Assumption. So I don't even know how you get this guy on your radar. Maybe it's an assumption that this is
Let's say I heard of it, but I have no idea where it's from.
Well, they did do 2 wide receivers. Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's son, that was just out in this draft class, who was drafted by the Los Angeles Chargers, didn't stick. And then Lance McCutcheon. That name sounds familiar out of Montana State, but I just can't place what team he's been on. And Elijah Cooks, a wide receiver out of San Jose State. And they did 1 tight end, Marshall Lang out of Northwestern, and a punter. Colton Spangler from Maryland.
Okay, refresh my mind on...
That was a lot of people.
Right, it was. With the two kickers that are currently on the roster, the punter and the kicker, are they both somewhat have a relationship or coached under Fossil? I thought one of them did.
Hecker does.
Yeah, Hecker does, I think, is the only
punter.
one. I was trying to think if the kicker did. Not Sly.
So it looks like Matthew Wright he's bounced around a lot, but he was with the Titans last year.
Yeah, I thought he was.
And then Lance McCutcheon drafted
Rams
2022 out of Montana State, and then was on the Jets and Steelers and Texans practice squads.
Good call, yeah.
Here we go. We know where Assumption is now. Look, this is from Jake Nelson, Nathan and Bank Chat, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook Live. Assumption is a D2 school in Worcester, Massachusetts. Good program. Current James Madison University coach Bob Chesney took them to the D2 playoffs a number of times before moving up. So there you go.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
Assumption.
I mean, look at that. The information about Assumption College or University right off the bat.
Hope they're right.
I hope they are, because we just said it, so they better be right.
No, you said that. But no, I'm sure it is.
I haven't fact-checked it, but...
Oh, man.
It's just an assumption.
Just an assumption on assumption.
Okay. All right. Now, how do you guys perceive them working out the kickers? Based off of Sly missed 2 kicks.
They trying to get somebody else.
Well, I mean, it's 4 kickers. How can you not? And this is what is interesting.
So he missed 2 kicks. He's been your savior to this point, but he missed 2 kicks. So you're saying he's the reason.
Last week too, right?
Was it?
Yeah, he missed 2 last week in the first half.
Yeah,
I'm talking about before the Texans.
Before the Texans.
Yeah.
See, so they are telling you that they are serious about this kicking.
And what did we hear from Brian Callahan today about Joey Sly? Oh, have all-time high confidence in Joey Sly.
Yeah.
What did we hear from yesterday from Bones Fossil and Joey Sly? Hey, it's not the yips, it's just technique. We're going to be able to fix it. Not even worried about it.
Okay. Now,
but now we have the staff.
Right. We have the other side of this. Now, but if you're in their shoes, imagine what you would say to the public if you were asked about them. What would you say, Zach, about the kickers?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would have to say every spot, we're always looking to better our roster.
And they did say that.
Yeah.
Brian Callahan did say that.
Yeah.
I think Fossil kind of alluded to that.
Yeah. So, I mean.
So you no matter if you agree or disagree what management is telling you to do as a coach.
Right.
We don't know. All we can do is listen to what they say. But at the same time, these actions tell us whoever's running the show. Right.
We know who's running the show.
Now, that may not be on the coach who's saying, hey, man, I really love my kicker. I know he's missed 2, but I'm cool with him. Maybe some of them say, hey, if you want to work him out, hey, it's on you. Hey, I hope we can make them. I don't think that was going to win or lose the game.
Right.
But it's just funny. You see, I'm going to say what Coach Mack said yesterday about keeping your powder dry, don't push the panic button. To me, the actions of working out that many kickers is pushing the panic button. And see, that alludes to no support. Guys know who worked out on Tuesday. They posted, whoever posted, they know. So then you start having doubt. Coach tells you one thing, actions tell you another.
Yeah, because, 4 kickers is pretty wild.
And so, me personally, when I get there on Wednesday, because I would get there early, I would say, hey, so you guys looking for a safety? I saw y'all worked out 4. Oh, because I gave up 1 touchdown. Did it lose the game? No. I gave up 1 touchdown. So to me, you are sending signals that are not supporting players at the same time. They act like everybody's going to be perfect. Hey, and Sly should at least made one of them? Absolutely. Because I was stunned on the second one. I thought he's going to make it. It was only like 40-something or 41 or whatever it was. So I think that kind of sends another message of panic, and they're not satisfied and they're not happy all the way around, and everybody is got a finger on them. I mean, pointed at them, probably except for the quarterback, to be honest.
Well, and also, let's be honest here. They keep preaching patience over panic, but then they do a move like this, and where's the patience?
They're not patient.
I mean, I guess they got patience for themselves, but they don't have patience for the players.
True. Now, they may have patience for the young players.
Yeah. Right.
Say that.
But here's what is kind of sending a signal to me. We're not going to see an aggressive offense. We're seeing an offense that that is now spooked by their kicker, and they don't want to be spooked by their kicker because they want to have a kicker they can rely on so they don't try to pass the ball. That's what I think. I mean, like, I just...
You think that, too?
I mean, they play to kick field goals. They do not play to score touchdowns. So that's what I think. I think they're now spooked, and they're like, oh, crap, we don't have our crutch. We don't have our best players now suddenly getting, quote-unquote, the yips.
Oh, man. So I hope that is not the case.
So out of those three, Hopkins, Gonzalez, and Wright has kicked.
Don't forget Greg Joseph.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it was 4.
Oh, gosh, I need to pull up his stats, too. But
former Tennessee Titans kicker, Greg Joseph.
Yeah, that's right, Joseph, yeah.
Yep.
Wright has kicked significantly less field goals, but he has a higher percentage from 50-plus than Zane Gonzalez and Dustin Hopkins. Why is that important? That's usually the range the Titans find themselves kicking from.
That's true.
So
that
is
is
something
true.
of note.
Yeah. Remember the kicker missed the extra point? I was there, saw it live. That should never happen against the Falcons in preseason. Oh, our kickers will be fine.
Yeah.
Really? But your extra point, man.
I always thought it was a little weird.
That's like shooting a free throw with your eyes closed. You should maybe hit an extra point, man.
Well, I always thought it was weird they didn't bring anybody to push Joey Slide.
Right.
Like, I mean, I'm not saying that Joey Slide didn't deserve to get the job or whatever.
Yeah.
Because he kind of proved through the first 2.5 weeks as like, okay, he's the most dependable player on this team. But at the end of the day, I kind of look at it and I go, they never really brought anybody truly in to compete.
Yeah.
And now maybe they regret that. And I wonder if this is a sign of like, okay, maybe we put all of our eggs in one basket when we shouldn't have. Let's see if there's anything out there that's even better. And because maybe there's not. Maybe they walk away, these four kickers. None of them are really better than Joey Slye. Let's just stick with what we got. But the message, you're right. The message your action sends, action speaks louder than words.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just never, especially with the kicking, I mean, man, now you start getting into his head and all that stuff, man. You are doomed.
Right? Because if it's, I know that Bones Fossil said it's not the yips.
No.
But we know the yips are real. Does this doesn't help the yips, right?
No.
I mean, to me, this doesn't help anything. It just is more, it's more confusing messaging from this front office and from this team. In some form or fashion, they keep sending out confusing or conflicting messages. It's not really confusing what they're trying to tell us. It's just conflicting with what they have said.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to spend almost a whole show talking about that because there's conflictions everywhere and I'm tired of it.
Mm-hmm. Ross, get ready for the confliction.
Yeah.
I'm not.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to hear from the head coach talking about Cam Ward experiencing football struggles for the first time, how to block out the noise, and maybe even telling Cam, hey, maybe don't tell everybody that we ass. Coming up next, this is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons right here on 104.5 The Zone.
Did we ask?
Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by All Four Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. We're talking all things Tennessee Titans. And I thought we don't have this clip about the Arizona Cardinals, but I thought he said something today that was really weird. And this goes back to messaging, conflicting, is that he said that the Arizona Cardinals run almost exactly the same kind of offensive scheme that the Tennessee Titans do. It was either very similar or the same. I can't remember what exact wording was. And I'm like, well, wait a minute here, bud. Just because they do stuff out of shotgun at a high rate doesn't mean that anything about their system really resembles your system. And if your defense is going into this game thinking, oh, well, we have practiced well against this offense, the Tennessee Titans offense, I think you're in for a world of hurt when they get out there and they line up in 13 personnel, 12 personnel, and all this kind of stuff, something that you don't do. I was a little floored by that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna go watch some film today on that. I didn't get that vibe based off what I saw in that one little bit of the game where they played Thursday night.
Yeah,
when they play, when they're painted jerseys that Ross loved.
He loved it.
The jersey with the paint on it. Nothing about that offense seems like it resembles, in my eyes. Maybe I just wasn't looking at it correct. I'm gonna definitely go back and look. And if that is not true, come tomorrow, maybe hence then that's the issue.
I was just very confused by that.
His eyeballs.
Yeah.
His eyeballs are the issue.
Yeah, well, that could be. I mean,
I'm just saying because, hey, man, maybe it's because Kyler Murray runs the offense. And man, with his running ability, there's nothing about that offense I feel like is similar. But is there any connection with coaching staffs?
No, because Petzig comes from the Kevin Stefanski, Gary Kubiak kind of tree, but mainly Kevin Stefanski's where he cut his chops in Minnesota and in Cleveland with Kevin Stefanski. Oh. And there are things like if you're talking about, okay, a lot of shotgun usage, maybe a good run mix of run, like inside, outside zone, gap duo, all that kind of stuff. There may be some similarities, but when you're talking about how the passing concepts, route concepts work, how the quarterback is constantly moving, how they use motion and all this kind of stuff, those things that kind of make up your scheme, the heart of your scheme, personnel usage, I am floored that he said it.
Yeah. Well, he says similar. I think you could say that about every week because everybody runs some form of the same plays throughout, but your base principles of what your offense is or defense is, I don't know if that looked like that.
They run.
Really go look at that.
They run 12 personnel, the Arizona Cardinals, a little bit over 30% of the time. The Tennessee Titans run it at 11% of the time. They run 11 personnel, the Arizona Cardinals, 56.9% of the time. Well, the Tennessee Titans run 11 personnel upwards of closer to 80% of the time. Mm-hmm. So, again, they may be both West Coast schemes or whatever label you want to put on them. Mm-hmm. By the end of the day, I think we can also see the difference on the field. These are two different offenses that I feel like if you're basing your game plan off, well, here's what we do, because this offense is very similar, I think you're in for a world of hurt on Sunday.
Yeah, well, Denard Wilson didn't say that.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
He's the one facing their offense.
I wish they would have asked him my 13 personnel question. Maybe they do position coach scrums. Maybe they can ask one of those guys later. But again, this is what kind of worries me about this team is I feel like they see something on film that isn't really rooted in reality when it comes to their game plans throughout the week. I don't know. It just seems really weird.
I don't want to get too nitpicky in it. That's why I said I'm going to go watch film. I don't know if it's Arizona's offense is like our offense. Man. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
It's a little odd. Let's go to Nate in Omaha. Nate, you're on with Blaine and Zach.
Omaha.
Yeah, Omaha. What up, guys?
What's up?
What's up?
Oh, ain't nothing, man. Just trying to hold on, brother. Had some kind of hope. But, I mean, they blaming everything on Callahan. But, I mean, they paid Snead. They paid Pollard. They paid Ridley. I mean, he can't go out there and make plays for him. You know what I mean? I mean, these players got to take some pride, man. You know? You got to take some pride, man. It's ridiculous, man. You know, just have some pride, man. And, you know, Callahan can't do everything for me. I know he's a terrible play caller and whatever, but these players are professionals, man. These are professionals. They got to go out there and have some pride, man. Represent Nashville is a world-class city now, man. They need to go out there with some pride, man. They got the whole city depressed, man. And I just wanted to ask you guys, like, what happened to football, man? Everything look like 7-on-7 now. It be 4th and inches, no fullback, no tight end. I'm like, it's like these coordinators, man. It's like they never played football. Everything they know about football, they learned it playing Madden or something, you know? And it's like, I look at football now, I don't even recognize the game, man. It look like 7-on-7, no fullback, no tight ends, no awareness of intelligence about down the distance. Everything is just spread. It could be 4th and inches. You just spread out running the ball, man. So just thanks for taking my call, guys.
I like it. Just a little venting. What happened to the sport I love?
Hey.
Have some pride. I do agree that some of these players really got to start stepping up and play out of their mind with the hand they're dealt. You know, like I understand that maybe this offense isn't fitting around the skilled players, but at the end of the day, you're out there on the field. You got to step up. You got to give it your all, 110% every time. And I'm not saying that none of these players are doing that, but you got to start catching balls if you're Calvin Ridley. Tony Pollard, look at how Tony Pollard is playing. That is how every player, him and Jeffrey Simmons, how every player should be playing on that team. Just giving it your all every freaking play. And maybe they are, and they just, you know, the skill's just not there. And that's a possible too.
Outside of Calvin Ridley, who else do you think on offense is not playing?
I don't think anybody's playing well besides. Okay, so Ross asked me before the show, he goes, besides Jeffrey Simmons, who do you think is the best player on the team? I said, Tony Pollard. Okay, well, besides Tony Pollard, you think is the best player on the team? Probably Peter Skronsky. The guard, you know, like, I mean, and yes, that's about where it ends for me. Because, like, even if you look, I get that everybody's falling in love with Elikai Manor because he's catching these deep passes. Mm-hmm. He's not having a good contested catch rate. His shows on the field. He's dropping passes. He's got a pretty high drop rate. We've seen him drop passes and all this stuff. He's playing good for a 4th-round rookie.
Right.
But we got to slow the brakes on how well everybody's saying he's playing. You get what I'm saying? Like,
well, that's because there's not a lot.
Yeah, well, that's true. But I mean, like, that's where it goes next, right? Yeah. Maybe Gunnar Helm when he gets the ball in his hands.
When J.C. Latham's healthy, I would put him at probably number 1 on offense at this point, but he's not. So I was just trying to probe, like, okay, where are their positives, and are we leaning into it? And yeah, I'm right there with the caller. You know, I'm sure the guys are taking pride in what they're doing, but when you're not winning games, everything is magnified, and now they're gonna start pressing. And I'm real concerned that that's where Cam Ward is at based off of this last game. We could talk about if he's playing well or not, up and down, and his lowest pass percentage and all that. But at the same time, I think he's starting to press. And I was a concern of mine just watching him in college. I said early in the season, when things aren't going well for a period of time, will he then show who he really is and try to manifest and make plays on his own and force the issue? And I think that's where hearing his frustration, I think that's what happened in the game. And I think he's going to, and a lot of great athletes are like this, especially when you have the ball in hands and you feel like you can do something more than most people on the team to correct things, the entire team. So I'm just concerned that he's going to start forcing, and then he's going to start even making more mistakes. He's real close, by the way. I talked about he threw that little flip play when he was on his back. And they said he was down or incomplete pass. That was Will-esque, and he did it. Now, we can say it wasn't a penalty or it wasn't a bad play, but at the same time we saw, and I would be coaching, don't do that. You're down, live for the next down. That's how you get back at them. You're not going to win that way in the National Football League. None of that is part of this. So, and that's where I'm talking about creating bad habits. See, we starting to see a little bit glimpse of him when he's trying to force the issue and make plays out of nothing. And he's gotten fortunate, but that one there was, to me, the bottom line. Like, you don't do that. Don't do that. That was a flip play just like Will Levis. He just got away with it. And most of the time, you're not.
Yep, I agree.
I think Cam, too, is probably going through this thing that I would imagine most, rookie quarterbacks who are high picks go through, is like learning that he can't carry the team, at least right now. Mm-hmm. And, he had a horrible defense last year at Miami. He kept them in a lot of games, won them a lot of games by making plays. You just can't do that right away at the NFL level. Especially when you're the number one pick, you're not going to a team that's capable
super talented.
Yeah, exactly.
And to be honest, that's where I kind of start going back to the coaching staff on this a little bit. Like, it's like they're not. When I see regression with the mechanics and the stuff that you're supposed to be teaching the quarterback, and it's not getting better, you got to change your teaching style. Or because I go back to Brian Callahan a couple weeks ago when he had to give up play calling, saying, well, my play calling wasn't an issue. Adamant about it. Mm-hmm. Well, does that mean that he thinks that everything he is doing behind the scenes and the day-to-day and coming up with the curriculum, coming up with the plan and all that is not an issue either? Because if he is thinking that, and I'm not saying that he is or isn't, I don't know, but my question is, if he is thinking that, is that why we haven't seen Cam Ward get better? Because he's like, well, my way, I saw it. This is what Peyton Manning told me worked for him. This is what Joe Burrow told me worked for him. So it's got to work for Cam Ward if it worked for those guys.
Right. That's what I said. Now you're talking to different guys. Now.
Yes. So it makes me wonder if he thinks his way will eventually break through. And if he thinks his way is eventually going to break through, well, we have now 21 games kind of showing that it didn't break through with Mason Rudolph. It didn't break through with Will Levis. Now it's not breaking through with Cam Ward. And all three of those guys progressively got worse as the season went on in this system. So it brings me back to the coaching. And I'm not saying Will Levis is a world beater or anything, but what I'm saying.
Or does he think that this team is just not talented enough to execute his offense?
And that may be the case, but that's still...
It's a pitiful excuse.
No, it is. Yeah, but I think they lean into that a little bit based on how they talk about it every week. Oh, this opponent is really good at this. Well, I mean, every team is going to be good at something. Like, man, come on, man. We're going to have struggles here on the offensive line, especially until Latham gets back.
Well, they don't have an offensive identity. I think that's a big strike. Damn. And I also look at it this way. You said just now... that do you think they think it's a talent? I think that this staff, offensive staff at the very least, this staff plays over players. They think that their plays are going to work and that the players, if they just go and execute, this play will work. So we're going to try it again. Because if they execute it, it will work. It will work. I guarantee it. Instead of recognizing that, hey, here are the players that I got. Here are the plays from the playbook or the scheme or whatever we need to run to maximize this offense and these skill players. And I don't think they're doing it. I think they think it's the players' fault that this scheme doesn't work.
Yep, and that's what I've been saying the whole time last year and this year.
I think this year it's very, very apparent. And it was apparent over the course of the last year, but I was like, okay, well, maybe they just gave up at some point. I don't know. Like, I just right now, I have, and this goes back to a question that I need to ask right off the top that Sue Ann asked yesterday towards the end of the show that we didn't get to. She asked, do they need to simplify Callahan's playbook? And I don't know if simplification is the right word, but I think they need to start discarding some of the stuff that they're using over and over that isn't working. Because they love these dagger concepts these long developing dagger concepts down the field that do not work. But they keep running them. And sometimes they'll do play action without an outlet. So I think they need to find the stuff that's not working right now just needs to be tossed out. But I don't know if they're going to do that because they spam almost the same route concepts over and over and over.
Well, I know one thing. What you just said is very, very concerning that they draw up plays they have no outlet. That is a problem. With this offensive line, every play pass concept better have an outlet.
Right.
Sorry.
that was the play we were talking about when you walked in, Blaine. That first play, the biggest explosive we had from Cam to Ellick across the field. No outlet. Will Anderson got a free rush. Luckily, Cam made him miss, but
yeah, that.
It's like the flea flicker play, right? So if you even if that play was perfectly executed on the offensive line, okay, we know it wasn't, but even if it was, you only had 2 people going deep. Everybody else was back blocking. So they were completely covered. So it wasn't going to work anyway. But I bet they're thinking to themselves, well, if we just would have had that trick play would have worked. And I think that is coaching hubris, which we know is not just a feature of this NFL team, but coaching hubris is everywhere in the NFL. It took Kyle Shanahan all the way to the Matt Ryan Super Bowl year. You got to remember, he's been a play caller for a while at this point, over at Cleveland, now over Atlanta at that point. It took Matt Ryan, him, and I believe Dan Quinn and Matt Ryan's agent in an off-season summit for them to finally get it across to Kyle Shanahan what Matt Ryan means and what I mean about players over plays. And it changed Kyle Shanahan's philosophy. You can kind of see it when he has a Brock Purdy versus a Jimmy G versus a Trey Lance. It kind of changes, that offense does. Here at the Tennessee Titans, you have a Will Levis, a Mason Rudolph, and a Cam Ward, all 3 totally different play styles and types of quarterbacks. Same offense, same struggles.
And same results.
And same result, probably worse results this year because I feel like this system right now is not adapting anywhere near what the Titans need.
But remember, they were going to adapt to what Cam
That's what they said.
Yeah.
Remember, they also said they were going to run more. They also said they were going to blitz more. Yeah. They say a lot over there. Let's go to Eli in Shelbyville. Eli, you're on with Blaine and Zach.
Hey, fellas. Hope you're having a good Wednesday today.
Doing good,
sir. About the safeties for Blaine.
Mm-hmm.
I think you talked about this a little last season, but this season, you know how Denard Wilson, he just keeps getting on the safeties week after week. Do you think that can affect their play, like Amani Hooker? Like it's the D coordinator is saying the safeties need to tackle better because they're our last line of defense. But, they're out there for 60 plays as opposed to the offense's 20. And it's like, come on, man, I'm out here playing double the snaps that the offensive is. I'm trying my hardest.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the question again?
Do you think that affects the safety's play, how much the DC's getting onto them?
What do you think? Because he's talking about the comments last week, right?
Right. He's talking about, missed tackles, and he said that, I'm going to take people out. I want to say, if I was guessing on Denard Wilson, is that the same thing he says at these pressers, I think he's actually saying to the team, to the defensive staff, as well as the players, and say, hey, we can't miss tackles, which is a true statement, especially being the last line of defense. And on that play, he was referencing that, like 5 guys missed. It was just the safeties, but they're the last line of defense. So, yeah, I think all the things he's saying is okay. I don't think it's measured where I think players, you have to have thick skin when you're a player. You get critiqued and MF'd all the time in the meetings. That does not change. So to think that someone says something that we can't miss tackles, if not, you're going to be standing next to me. I think they realize, that could probably be true. Besides, that guy behind me ain't better than me.
And I feel like safeties are built a little bit different. And maybe I'm wrong, Blaine, but I feel like safeties' mentality and their physicality are built a little different than maybe other players on the field.
Right.
Where they probably take this as a challenge and they're going to take that aggression out on the player.
Right. That's what I would say. I don't think they're looking at it that way.
Yeah.
That's why I said, and then you look at the receiver, and I don't know Ridley, but I think he gets a little more sensitive and it hurts him in a way that it's actually hurting him in his performance. Like, he didn't take it with a grain of salt, and then okay, push on and move on. I think he's doing everything he can, and then when soon something goes wrong, he goes, oh, here we go again. Where a safety's mentality, just because you're getting beat routinely at certain points in times in a game or games, is that now it's about how you respond.
Yeah.
Where the receiver is not like that. You start dropping balls, then people start saying, we got to get somebody else out there to catch it.
Right.
DB go drop balls, it's BBU.
Yeah.
So you start missing tackles that could change games routinely. I just think that's all kind of more talk. I don't think it's going to affect the players.
All right, coming up next, we'll go to Bama and Antioch, and we'll talk more about the Tennessee Titans. This is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons right here on 104.5 The Zone. Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by All Four Seasons Garage Door. 615-737-1045 is the number. Let's go to Bam in Antioch. Bam.
Bam?
You're on with Blaine and Zach.
Just Bam Bam?
No, it's actually Vale. But it's all right. Thanks for having me.
Vale, sorry about that, man.
That's Ross. That's Ross's fault.
It was a typo error.
It happens. Hey, first of all, I know you guys got a lot to talk about. Blaine, I want to thank you for your service into the Nashville area. I'm a longtime Titans fan. I remember when you guys first came to Nashville. You gave me great years of football to watch in my 20s, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
All right. Second of all, first of all, I think about Cam Ward in the sense of Steve McNair, because a lot of people thought Steve McNair was a running quarterback, but he was a pass-first quarterback in my vision, from my remembrance. He took off when he needed to, but he always kept his eyes open down the field as well. So I think about Cam Ward in that sense. And in thinking about that, it also takes me to Patrick Mahomes. So what do you? I know that we have a whole year to go before we start thinking about coaching changes, maybe. But long term, what do you think about like trying to go after Steve Magnolia and then bringing in Eric Bieniemy for the offensive coordinator? I'll hang up and listen.
Blaine, what do you think about that? You're in deep thought over there.
My guy was Spagnuolo?
Well, I think that's and Eric Bieniemy as offensive coordinator.
No.
I'm with you.
Yeah, well,
I like the thought process. I mean, I respect the thought process.
I know both guys. I know Spags really well, who coached me there in Philly. And I just don't see him as a head coach. He got his shot with the Rams. What was it, 2 or 3 years, or was it 1 year and done?
I think he got 2 years.
Yeah. Not to say he doesn't deserve another shot. I just, I got to go with somebody who, I'm either going with the young, bright, up-and-coming, offensive coordinator, or I'm going with an experienced vet, offense or defense, that I already can have established staff. Mm-hmm. And I'd probably make sure that I get to keep Fossil and his special team staff. He's done a really good job, and yeah, that's probably the route I would go. But, somebody probably can wow you in the interview process, which is a tricky one, as we've seen. Typically you go the opposite direction of what you did in the past. So go for young up-and-coming coordinator. Maybe you're probably going with the veteran guy next. But I'm not opposed. You got to keep an open mind. Don't let two bad hires screw your thought process, really. Don't let it scar you.
Do we think we have the right people in place to make that decision? And do we think that certain people will maybe
Who are those people?
Well, I would assume that the 4 people, and now I don't know what Kenneth Adams' role really is. Right. I know he was involved in the hiring of Brian Callahan, but I don't know how much say, power, all that kind of stuff he has.
Well, he's an owner.
He is an owner. But I know Amy Adams Strunk is controlling owner.
Right.
So I don't know who's got whose ear, but we know Burke Nihill was involved. We know Kenneth Adams was involved. Amy Adams Strunk was involved, and Brinker was involved in the hiring of Brian Callahan, in the firing of Rand Carthon, in the firing of Mike Vrabel, in the firing of John Robinson, not Brinker, but the rest of them were. So do we have some of those decisions? I thought were fine, right? Like I'm not too concerned about, I don't really consider firing Vrabel a bad thing. I consider the hiring was the bad part of that decision.
Which is tricky every time you go into,
Right. Mm-hmm. So do we think that, in my mind, it should be Brinker and Borgonzi's show with Amy Adams Strunk as a passenger and I guess final stamp of approval. And it should really be just them two running it and saying, okay, here's the guy that we want. But I don't know if that's how the process is going to go. I don't know if Burke Nihill is going to be involved in the interview process. I don't really know if he should be involved in the interview process because he's on the business side of things. He's not on football, so he shouldn't be coming over on football, just like Brinker shouldn't be and Borgonzi shouldn't be going over there to give their input on how many seats in the stadium need to be blue. That's not their job. That is his job. So, but if he's going to be involved, then I feel like you going to have the same kind of conflict between what's marketable versus what's good for the football team. And I feel like that conflict has been very prevalent in the decisions that this team has made from my perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, I love your analogy there. And I think to add to that, I agree with that, is to also empower those who are making those decisions. And even if some things go wrong, they feel comfortable enough to say that was my fault.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Instead of everybody trying to duck and hide and trying to cover up their mistakes. Nobody's going to be perfect at this job, being a GM and hiring a coach. That process, is unflappable. I mean, somebody's going to, get it wrong sometimes or not. So, yeah, that will be interesting to see who all has say so, but empower them to the point where they feel comfortable, even if it's not. Now, do you give Brinker just one more shot? How was he empowered before? Or was he empowered to make decisions? Or was he just part of that decision?
Yeah, like he'll say, well, I didn't really have the power. That seems very convenient after you got the title of President of Football Operations the same time you hired Brian Callahan. Seems very convenient that all those decisions from Brian Callahan going forward you had no input in.
Mm-hmm. And Brian Callahan stayed another year.
Yeah. So, like, I just connecting the dots here, right? Like, I can understand that we can't fact check who said what or who did what because weren't in the room. We can only go on what they have told us. But if what they have told us seems fishy, I'm going to at least call it out. It seems very fishy and convenient that after you fire Rand Carthon, that you come out and say, well, that was really all Rand Carthon's decisions. I really didn't have a lot of power, even though I was called president. I mean, that's what he said. Like, okay, sure. This is also the same guy who was also in the booth saying that he watches 4 hours of tape a day. So why are you watching 4 hours of tape a day if Rand Carthon gets all the decision, all the final say? That stuff does not add up to me. It sends up my BS meter.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Rand Carthon didn't deserve to be fired. I'm not saying that Brinker didn't deserve to keep his job, but I do feel like the way that stuff has been presented via media interviews, it's very convenient to be able to believe it when you can't fact check it. And I just think I would like to offer a different point of view of saying, if your BS meter isn't going off with some of the things that have been said, it seems really convenient that all the blame got shifted on to Rand when that's likely not the only guy to blame. And that's how they did it. 100% a Rand issue. And I said that when he got fired and they came out with all this crap. I call it crap. But all these reasons that he got fired, that they put every decision was on him, even though that he was apparently napping on planes. So I don't know how that coincides. That is conflicting narratives. You said he's lazy, but he's making all the decisions. I don't know. How does that work?
Well, when we come back, I will tell you a couple reasons why they should be keeping Brian Callahan.
Well, coming up next, because I don't think they should. So this is going to be a good discussion. So coming up next, we're going to have a little, a little bit of a debate here. Yeah. Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone. Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by All Four Seasons Garage Door, and broadcasting live from the Circus Sports 104.5 The Zone Circus Sports Studio. Kentucky's largest sports book can now be found at Circus Sports at Kentucky Downs. 615-737-1045 is the number. Blaine Bishop says the Tennessee Titans should keep Brian Callahan for at least 4 more years. Blaine.
I said maybe for the rest of the season. This is always speculating. When we were sitting here talking, it just made me think about, like, okay, what are the positives if you're hoping for something good, if you're the Titans organization up top making decisions about keeping, head coach Callahan? And the first thing I came to in my mind, if I was sitting on the board of council, well, if we got an interim, that may give us a bump and maybe we win some games. But in theory, do we really want to win some games? Oh, so if we got a new coach in the regular season, may get a bump, may cost us having the number 1 pick.
They could.
So that was my first thought. And secondly, and then if I fired him, I got to pay this staff. So
that is true.
Maybe I'm just trying to hang on to the end of the season or somewhere thereabout where it will be giving them more time to continue to network with other teams and coaches so that they make sure they get a job. That way I won't be, doubling down and paying them. All jokes aside, that's kind of what I was thinking. Really nothing major, but something to think about that's on their mind. Now, I know they have millions of dollars and everything else, but also,
but this seems like a team, to be fair, this seems like a team more worried about, let me say this. This seems like a front office that is more worried about the wrong kind of perceptions, the wrong kind of optics.
Yeah.
Because what they're saying is with firing Brian Callahan is that with not firing Brian Callahan, is that they're more worried about, okay, maybe we can get the first round pick, the first overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
We're more worried about, doesn't this kind of make us look stupid because we kept Brian Callahan? We had a perfect opportunity to fire him. Doesn't this kind of make us look stupid by saying that we nailed it? We rocked this decision. Instead, they're not worried about how the product on the field makes them look stupid. They're not worried about how the product on the field is perceived by fans, by evidence of the message that they sent out from the ticket office today saying, our fans are happy with the product on the field, or whatever it was to that effect. That's what they're more concerned about. They're not concerned about the right stuff. And that seems to be, and listen.
Oh, so you're saying they're like Butch Jones?
They're like Butch Jones. They are. They are right now.
Butch Jones. That's the Butch last
Jones.
Weekend, man.
They are the Butch Jones of the NFL. I think that's a great analogy.
Champions of life.
They are the champions of life would be a good one.
Oh, man. Come on.
Because they said in a response to a season ticket member that I don't know if they're renewing their season tickets or not, but whatever. But he said, show loyalty, you'll have loyalty for me. Because they were talking about the Mike Vrabel firing. Like, give me a break. Let the Mike Vrabel firing go. But this guy responds, or this person responds, I should say, because I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. This person responds, we are 75% sold out of the new stadium. I don't know if side note, not sure I necessarily believe that number, but we just converted all of our current members over. Don't know what current members actually refers to, but I know that there are PSL current members that have not converted. So our fan base is very happy. If you think your fan base is very happy, and is that the vibes in the building? Because obviously someone is telling this person.
Well, you're not telling the full story, though, are you?
What do you mean?
What didn't what's the director of communications? What's her name? Kate come out and say that they made a mistake or whatever.
But is that just her covering up their own tails? Thank you for flagging this. Kate Guerrera, the Titans Vice President of Communications and Corporate Affairs, says, we missed the mark in a big way. These comments have been addressed, and we will do better. Doesn't say those comments were technically the wrong vibe, just that, maybe we shouldn't have put that in a message. But let's be honest here.
They got caught.
Isn't this kind of another sign of dysfunction with this team? Like, it's just it's a little bit of evidence, right? It's like already we know this kind of franchise is a little bit dysfunctional, maybe a lot of bit dysfunctional. This is just like another crumpled up Coke can on a big pile of trash. There's just another little small example of this. But it's just saying, like, how did this person, I keep saying he, that's a bad habit. How did this person even come to the conclusion that that is even the vibes? Is that what they feel the vibes are in this building? I don't know. Surely
I don't know
not.
if that's what they feel, but I mean, let's separate everything here. Think about a salesperson.
Yeah.
For any company.
Right.
And the sales
my whole background sales.
Okay, right. So aren't you overly salesy?
Not really. That's never been the style that we have. Now, there are people that out there. It's why, hey, listen, that's why car salespeople get a real bad rap.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The salespeople, they push, and they do whatever they can to get the sale.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we could talk about sales here, anywhere. They'll say whatever they have to get the sale. So maybe that was just an individual, and they had to take the.
Maybe this is bad sales training. Maybe not bad communication, but bad sales training.
I don't know. I mean,
because nobody's believing that.
But here's what I do respect: they took ownership in it, and then somebody made a mistake, and then we can't be doing that. So I mean, things happen all the time. It's just, I can't say that makes them dysfunctional.
Well, I think there's many other things that have already made them dysfunctional. I just think this is like I said, like one small Coke can on top of a bigger pile of trash in your living room. Because I can't imagine. I mean, just like, woof, I don't know. Like, I just think at this point that this is just a bigger sign to me that I think that there's a little bit of separation from reality from what's really going on. Because if you were really concerned about what your fans think and you were really concerned about the product on the field, because I don't think they understand. I'm not saying that Amy Adams-Strunk doesn't want to win. Okay, I want to throw that out there. I do think she's trying to win.
Oh, absolutely.
But I don't think that they really understand that if you won games and made decisions that are really going to help change your losing ways, that actually helps with your marketing. I think they're trying to do stuff that helps with their marketing and selling of tickets and stuff like that don't really yield the necessary desired wants of winning. Okay, does that make sense?
Well, let's go backwards here. So now that you know where you're at and you've been in sales, how would you sales today? How would you sell? How would you sell the new stadium and the tickets if you're sitting in that shoe for sales? What would you do? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So we're not,
Well, let's get rid of this. What I'm saying, let's get rid of this example. I'm not talking about this example. I'm talking about the decisions of keeping Brian Callahan when you probably shouldn't have kept Brian Callahan. I think that's more optics. I don't think that they understood that keeping Brian Callahan was going to lead to the negative results, even though we have lots of instances in the NFL that shows that it will.
No, I think this is what happened. I don't think it had anything. I think the coaching staff, and they sold it to the organization, the people up top, that Will Levis was the issue. And they used him as the scapegoat. Period. I think that's what happened. And you can say the offensive line, but at the end of the day, they're talking about the quarterback. And that sold, and that's how he got to stay. So then when you hear that from an owner, you go, okay, well, let's see how it looks with the new quarterback. And it looks exactly the same.
So they got sold. Is kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
So Brian Callahan should probably be teaching the sales classes for these tickets.
Maybe.
Maybe. I mean,
see, like, what have we talked about him kind of doing this season so far in these pressers? Is kind of saying stuff about Cam a little bit, like, he's a rookie, he had some mistakes or whatever, like.
Yeah, he got to go. Right, that's what he's doing. He's going down this road of like, hey, man, I've got the guy. We just got to get now. It's going to get to, we got to get better pieces around.
And to be honest,
didn't you do that going into the season? You move one tackle, you signed another, and then you drafted 2 receivers. I mean, and a tight end. So that's why they're trying to push those guys out there and say they just need to grow and learn
But they
this
still
game.
don't even use Gunnar Helm, hardly. And they still don't use – like, that to me goes back to
see how long that lasts.
Well, yeah, but they should have already probably been doing it instead of giving 24 routes to Tyler Lockett. Let's give – and only giving 7 to Chimere Dike. Let's go ahead and start doing it.
Well, that I would assume they're going to go there all the way.
The only way you can sell tickets at this point is saying, if I was a salesperson and a fan of the team, now maybe they don't hire fans of the team, and maybe I wouldn't last very long as a salesperson in this.
So you're about to give us advice on sales, right?
This is what I'm going to say, is that I would, because I have to be honest, because I have to say, listen, I know this team stinks right now. But let me tell you, this Cam Ward guy is a dude. And you are buying tickets for Cam Ward. And I know that this team isn't good. I know you're unhappy with this team because you're going to get a lot of angry. Trust me, these people they're calling are telling you. But say, hey, I totally get it. I sympathize with you. I get it. Yeah. But Cam Ward is the future, and that's what you're buying tickets for. And Cam Ward's going to turn this thing around. I'm not going to mention that Amy Adams-Strunk's going to turn this thing around. I'm not going to mention Brian Callahan. I ain't going to mention anybody else but Cam Ward. And that's how you sell tickets.
And what is Brian Callahan doing?
Oh, who cares what Brian Callahan is doing? He ain't in the show.
No,
if someone
he's
asked
still
me, I'd
selling
say,
Cam Ward.
Yeah. But I would tell Brian. I'm talking about, you were asking me about the ticket sales.
Yeah.
That's how I'd be selling tickets. I wouldn't be whatever they're trying to sell tickets here. Like if this guy told me, if loyalty to Cam, if you show loyalty, you'll get loyalty. I said, well, you need to be showing loyalty to Cam Ward, don't you? If you're loyal, if you want loyalty, by you not renewing your tickets, you're not showing loyalty to the team already. So you're doing the same thing you're complaining about. So show loyalty to Cam Ward, who deserves your loyalty. See, that's how you sell.
There you go. You think you buy a ticket there, Ross?
I could convince someone
Ross
to get
would probably
a ticket.
say, I'll think about it, Tone.
Well, you know what, Blaine? Zach Lyons declared himself a few weeks ago on our show the president of positivity for the Tennessee Titans. He ain't sold me on that yet, that he's the president of positivity.
I have been who was just positive just now talking about Cam Ward in the sales, president of positivity right there.
Tell what you say in the prod room before every show 2 or 3
what
times.
I say in the prod room at lunch breaks does not mean anything.
I just need to be sold a little more. I think you've been out of the game for too long.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll hear from Philly Mike on the sales
Let's
comment.
do it. Philly Mike, you're on with Blaine and Zach.
All right, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Philly Mike?
What's going on, Philly Mike?
All right, I just got back from Philly, man. A couple of days ago, visited some of my high school basketball teammates and college teammates, man. Different vibes. WIP up there, different vibes. We're all complaining about AJ, but down here, man, I take my hat off to you guys for covering this team, man. You and all the other shows, man. God bless you guys, man. But Zach, in terms of sales, man, you'll be fired the first week, man. But
so can you help us out, Philly Mike? Like give us just a
what
snippet
was wrong
of
with
help
my
us.
sales pitch?
Yeah, well, tell us what was wrong with that. Yeah.
No, it was good, but you gotta add more positives. I've been in beverage sales for over 45 years, man, and you got to talk about the future. You got to talk about the positive. Don't talk about the past. Don't talk about current players. You got to talk about, we got the new stadium coming up, man. We're getting, little by little, we're getting better and better and things of that nature there. But this is a tough market, man. This is a tough sell for anyone in that sales department, man. And I take my hat off to what they can do. But you have to talk about the stadium coming up. You got to talk about, we'll have another first-round pick.
But I think you got to understand your audience don't care about that right now. Like, I mean, what this sales guy said, he don't care about that. So you got each one's a different story. Now there may be someone that I can do that with, but everybody's a different story. But right now, fans don't care about the future; they care more about the answers to right now. Now, I get that you have to shift the conversation, but I think shifting the conversation to Cam Ward as the future is the best way to go.
Yes, and I agree with that. But what these guys have done, they've done the old bait and switch. They said one thing, and you walk into a store, and there's something else is on display. So they've actually fooled the ownership. They've actually fooled the fan base. The fan base is tired of this. The fan base wants immediate action. Everything wants an immediate response nowadays. People don't want to wait. People want results now. So I think this management team has to come up with some type of sales pitch that keeps people positive, but also you have to show some patience too. So, which is a tough thing to be in, because in beverage sales, when you come out with a brand, you're ready to go. All that stuff is done. All the product has been produced. The cans have been produced. The commercials are in the can. Everything is done. But this is a moving target when you get to pro sports, because one year you can be good, next year you can be bad. There's nothing consistent, and that's the toughest thing about it. So, that's just my take on it. But you guys do a great job. And like I said, all the shows on 104.5. I take my hat off to you. You guys and the fans deserve a better team to cover, but you guys were real pros, and I'll take my hat off to you for the job that you guys done.
Hey, we appreciate Philly, Mike.
My guy.
Harold Hockett says, I would talk about all the other great teams you'll get to watch play against the Titans. That would be his sales pitch. All right. Coming up next, we'll get to Chris, Donnie, Chris, and Hammerhead. We'll talk about the Tennessee Titans, and I'll give you my stats, my numbers. I'll give you an NFL history lesson since 2010 to 2024 about why firing Brian Callahan midseason won't hurt Cam Ward, and it will help the Tennessee Titans. This is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons right here on 104.5 The Zone.
History lesson. Want to know about a place where European Auto Repair doesn't feel like European Auto Repair? Well, hey, it's Blaine Bishop will tell you that the moment you walk into Eurofix, you'll notice Eurofix is not your typical greasy garage. Waiting rooms, they're clean, comfortable, inviting. Service areas are spotless, just like behind the glass there with Ross. Why? Because Eurofix cares about everything from how you are treated to how your vehicle is treated. Every repair comes with a rock-solid 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty on all repairs Eurofix performs, and at below dealer pricing. You don't have to put up with dealer prices. You won't get ghosted and get a call back. You will get a call back from Eurofix. And Eurofix fixes everything European, plus a rental car available with every appointment. Located all over the state of Tennessee in Nashville, Franklin, Belmead, Murfreesboro, and Mount Juliet. And all you have to do is just give them a call at 844-EUROFIX. That's right, 844-EUROFIX, or you can visit them online at myEurofix.com. That's myEurofix.com.
Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by all Four Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. And, of course, we're broadcasting live from the Circus Sports. I always say forget the 104.5 The Zone in that, and I should not. Live from the 104.5 The Zone Circus Sports Studio, Kentucky's largest sports book can now be found at Circus Sports at Kentucky Downs. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Donnie in Smyrna. Donnie, you're on Blaine and Zach.
It's Donnie Nicky.
How are you guys?
Doing good. How are you?
Listen, I'm doing all right. My problem with all of this is very simple. We weren't setting the world on fire with Mike Vrabel. Our team was horrible. They're still not great. But we've got some really good players that we picked up in the draft. And everybody that we play is probably better than we are. So I'm not jumping off the ship. I think another year of the players that we draft that are good players, the people that are young, the receivers and stuff that's coming on up, I think we ought to give them one more year. And because if you hire another coach now, you have to swap everything over, new offense, all that mess. And then let's say we had a great year next year. Well, then the coach is going to get all the credit that we hire, but it ain't none of his doings because he's had 2 good draft classes before he got there. So I say let him stay and let's just keep supporting him and hopefully it'll turn around.
All right. Thanks, Donnie.
And I thank you.
Thank you, Donnie. I mean, listen, to me, the NFL is very much a mix of coaches and players, right moment, right time. The right messaging from the coaching, the right fit, help get the best out of the players. So we can't just sit here and say, I mean, I get what his point is, but we can't sit here and say that the next coaching regime will get all the credit. But if the players progress and the young players, they're young players, right? Like if Cam Ward looks better at the next year under the new coaching staff, with a new system and scheme that fits his thing, well, that is also the coaching staff. It's not just Cam Ward growing. If they get more out of the rookie class that they get next year, well, that's them. I mean, it's the players too. You get what I'm saying? But, I mean, ultimately, your coaches help get the most out of the players and put them in the right spots as well.
Do you think they're putting their players in the best spot?
I do not. I mean, do you?
Well, I mean, I'm asking that because no, I don't. And I was trying to reason with Donnie there on the call, like, why are we giving them extra time, like another season?
Right.
Like, to me, by the end of this season, if we don't see substantial growth from the players, then it's more than just a players deal. It's also a coach deal. Like, and it's showing signs all leading there now.
I mean, so you got to go back to next season, last season too, right? Yeah. Like, you got to pull. Just because there's a high turnover rate and there's a new quarterback doesn't mean we ignore everything that happened last season. Is my thing. And now that we have seen stuff either get worse or be the same that was already bad from last season carried over into this season, you have to start looking at the coaching under a microscope a little bit more.
No doubt. And one that comes to mind is, the O-line coach, who supposedly was supposed to be the best in the business, and to me has been below average.
This is your shot, Ross. You wanted to talk more about this.
I think, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out where has he done something that is substantial to say that he's the best in the NFL. And right now, I don't see it. I know Latham is going to be good. Skoronski's going to be good. But outside of that, I don't know if any of these guys have gotten better. That we've gotten.
What did you ask me? First off, you say, I know we have already, but could we talk more about Bill Callahan? But you asked this question.
My only thing I was harping on, just after watching the Texans game, it's been other games too, but really sold a lot on that one. Why can we not pick up stunts and twists in games up front?
Now, we did have those issues even under Vrabel.
That's what I'm saying. It was when I told him, I was like, ever since Keith Carter left, and I know Keith Carter is not well liked by players, but ever since they did not like him, but ever since he left and they went from Jason Hodeling and all this stuff, this team cannot pick up stunts. It's wild to me, and that is a coaching
now, to be honest,
thing.
the Texans were the same way on the other side when we were doing it too. So,
and they don't like their offensive line coach.
But I ain't worried about the Texans. But I'm worried about the Saints, and it's a consistent deal.
Yeah.
So I'm not happy at all with the.
I feel like from Jason Hodling to Bill Callahan, we should have seen a bigger jump in from the offensive line unit, despite talent.
Didn't Brian Callahan say the offensive line actually did pretty well?
Yeah, a lot of people are under that assumption, but
did he say that though?
Yeah, I think he said that in his improvements that he saw. Was it Monday's press conference where he talked about improvements?
Pass protection he was referencing? Or
I don't know. I mean, we're talking about minimal improvements, marginal improvements, if any, from last year to this year. But it's not enough to me. We're supposed to see leaps. We're seeing little hops, toddler hops.
So how did you view, good example, when you're talking about coach to coach, Gruden coming in being the head coach of Tampa Bay and with Dungy's players? Yeah. How did you view that?
Yeah, I would say different kind of play styles. But, I mean, Gruden still got them to a Super Bowl, right? You have to – it's yes, Tony Dungy laid a great foundation. Mike Mularkey laid a great foundation for Mike Vrabel. But Mike Vrabel still got them to the AFC Championship game.
Right.
And he did it with Ryan Tannehill, not with Marcus Mariota. He got them to the number 1 overall seed. So, yeah, I understand that, okay, you won with someone else's players. But it is a couple of years later, right? Mike Mularkey was able to keep Mike Vrabel afloat, whereas maybe if Mike Vrabel had took over a worse team, he probably wouldn't have been a coach as long as he was. So I think the same thing with John Gruden in that sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to a certain extent. So you giving more credit to Gruden is what you're saying on that?
Not really, but
different circumstances because it was a veteran team, and you could see that their offense was the only one that was average. And once they still ran the same cover 2 defense, it's just now their offense became much more productive. And that's all they really needed to get over the hump and win the Super Bowl.
Do we want to go to Cam Ward, who's at the podium, or do we want to take calls?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Let's go.
3, it looked like you and Alec were very much on the same page, very good connection. Was that a little bit different in the last game against Houston? It looked like you guys weren't necessarily right on, perhaps, as much as you had been.
Nah. I think it just comes down to me and him completing the football. On the back shoulder I threw it too early. I got to wait for him to turn around, look for the ball, and throw him a better ball. So it's real stuff that, me and Ellie can fix. We're not really too worried about that. We'll have another opportunity at it this week, hopefully. If not, we'll get in the future.
Cam, you're a quarter of the way through your first season in the NFL. What do you say is the biggest adjustment that you've made now that you've been assessing yourself through these 4 games?
I think the biggest adjustment is knowing that it's always going to be a close game, especially in the fourth quarter. No matter where it's going to be a shootout or it's going to be a 6-6 ball game, we always have a chance to win the football game at the end of the game majority of the time. So just always preparing myself that, it's always going to be a full-quarter game.
What are the challenges that you expect to see this weekend?
I just think they're real good, especially number 3. I think, he makes a lot of plays on that defense. They got a great interior. They got a great, guys around them, the back end to help them. They do a lot of stuff with 3 safeties deep. So it's really more about us, putting the ball in space, having them tackle us, then, being accurate and then run the ball good.
Cheat codes, so to speak, to speed up the process, and when you're back there and you're looking and going through your reads, or you just have to take what's there?
It's really been a both. You got to know the coverage, and you also got to be able to see space and take what is there. And then completing the football. We got to do that better. I think if we complete the football more, it just help us keep the drive alive.
What percentage of the individual drills that you do that are focused on footwork, and how much do they help?
I think everything is not specifically just the individual time. It's that and seeing the play, seeing who's at what spot, then also seeing the progression. So it's a little bit of everything.
How much helping to get Tajay back, and what did you see from him when he was out there during camp?
I'm real excited. He's been looking real good, especially today, finally getting him back. It's going to be able to boost our offense a lot just from what he can do, not obviously in the running game, but just in the check down game, giving him the ball in space, a little couple plays for him. But I'm excited to have him back. I've been waiting to play with Tajay, so I'm ready. Yeah, I know he's ready to go show out.
As you guys continue to get what plays are up and down throughout the week, do you at all lobby for more RPO opportunities, and why do you think you were able to excel at that so much in college?
You said RPOs?
Yes.
I just think it's just how I was bred, from coming out of a wing T offense all the way to spread offense throughout college and my time at Miami, and so I've always done RPOs my whole football life, and so it's really about seeing space, seeing leverage, and then if whoever the read is for that play, if he leaves, I can throw it, not hand it off. So once we get into it, I think it'll help us out a lot. But at the end of the day, we got to establish the run game. We got to establish a consistent pass game, and at the end of the day, that's gonna be what makes us be a good offense.
So you feel like that's something you got to kind of earn and work towards being able to do, as opposed to like being right there in the book right away?
I think it just comes down to who we're playing defensively. Honestly, if you can truly RPO them, and I think it just comes just game plan to game plan.
What is it about plays on the move in general that seems to bring out maybe some of your best play?
I would honestly say just getting outside the pocket, not making it scramble drill, but defining it, I would say. And then we have a lot of playmakers, guys like Gunnar, Chig, especially the tight end group who are real good. We're just giving them the ball in space, making them let people miss, and having them making it supposed to play for us. So I think it's gonna help us just to play for the O-line to get a breather on all our movement plays. So I know we're gonna do a lot more of those, and then really just try to win a football game.
Thanks.
All right, Cam Ward was at the podium. Sorry, we missed a few little bits of it. I forgot that he was actually coming at 2:25 on to the stadium or onto the podium, and I kind of he never is on time anyway, so we kind of breezed on through it. But he said something that I thought was real interesting, because here's what Brian Callahan said when he was asked about the Titans and the RPO game, and if Cam wants more of that involved.
Yeah, we've dabbled in it. There's some things. RPO game can be hit or miss at this level. There's some really good looks at it occasionally, and then there's some not great looks at it. Defenses have gotten pretty good at finding ways to make it challenging. So yeah, there are things that we just keep probing and we keep working on, and we keep finding where they might fit for us. Like I said, we've done some. We've done some run option things, not necessarily RPOs. Kind of two different pre-snap alerts versus actually like reading defenders. We've done a little bit of it, and we keep growing with it. We have plenty of it in the arsenal. We've worked at a bunch in training camp. Just depends on who you're playing and what kind of style and structure you face.
Has he lobbied to you at all to increase that?
Not anything out of the normal flow of conversation. Nothing out of the ordinary, no.
Okay, so we heard Cam Ward just get asked that same question about the RPOs by Teron Davenport as well. And he said RPOs, he's been around it his whole life. The wing T offense, the spread offense in college, he ran a lot of it. He loves it because it allows him to see space and see leverage. And then he goes, is that something that you feel like you have to earn? And he goes, well, it's just game plan to game plan. So he kind of echoed what the head coach just said at the end. So you got a little bit of what Cam Ward wants, then you get a little bit of what the coach said at the end. Now, I don't know what rate this really comes down to in the NFL off the top of my head, but I can tell you that the according to ProFootballReference.com, the Tennessee Titans have ran RPOs 9.7% or 9.6% of the time. I don't think that's enough. The 22 plays, because they've only ran 230 plays, which is probably very low in the NFL, but like only 22 of those 230 are RPOs. That actually seems a little high in my head, but that's what Pro Football Reference says. But it comes down to opposing the will of your offense, something that we've kind of talked about. Now, obviously, you don't, if you have the best run defense in the NFL by a mile, you don't run 30 times into the best run defense in the NFL, even if that's what you want your will to be, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't seem like this team really wants to do RPOs, does it? I mean, am I kind of crazy on that? It does, by his answer, Brian Callahan's answer, it's like, yeah, we know he likes it. We've known he likes it, the defenses that really dictate whether we can use it or not.
Maybe he's not comfortable running it. Maybe that's what he really should say. It's hard to say. To me, you should be probably running at least a handful of plays like that per game. And just to see how the defenses approach it.
Put it in your scripts, right?
Yep, it should be. No doubt. Especially if it's something you haven't shown a lot of. You want to see how they address it. And then if it becomes a strength on your end, you may run it much more than you have any other game. So I think they lean into what they're comfortable with. And, they're no different than any other coaches have. But, tip the cap to let's try something new. Let's see if it works. Catch them by surprise. Let's do something we haven't done. Everything else hasn't really worked to a certain extent.
Because your run game's working, but they don't want the run game to work. I guess, because he says we got to lean in. Cam Ward says we got to lean into the run more. Okay, I'm okay with that, but again, that goes back to your offensive coordinator and your play caller and your head coach. And let me tell you something. I'm not convinced that Bo Hardegree really has full control, because he ran play action 11.5% of the time, which is 11% points lower than what his average was as the Las Vegas play caller when Josh McDaniels, who was the play caller / head coach, was removed. And they only ran motion on pass plays 26.9% of the time, which is 27.7% lower than what he did on average at Las Vegas. He ran that 54.6% of the time on average. And he ran it 18 times, whereas at the Las Vegas, they ran it on an average 25.9% times, almost 26%.
Right, but that was over a period of time.
Over a period of time.
Right.
But that's still, when you look at the per games too, that's still on the lower, all those numbers on the lower end.
Yeah, I'd love to see, I don't want to judge a guy just by one
one game, but it makes me wonder how much freedom he really has.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like, to me,
something to watch, no doubt.
Because the game plan still sounds like it's all Brian Callahan. And I get it, he's the head coach. But your game plan is not conducive to what we have seen Cam Ward needs. He needs more RPOs. He needs to lean into the run game more. You have one of the highest pass rates in the NFL with a rookie quarterback, and you're in close games sometimes. That's when you should be leaning into your run game more.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. The recipe whenever you have a rookie quarterback is the run game and adequate to above average defense.
Yep.
That's how you let them grow. We don't have either one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Have we ever had a 100-yard rusher? Have our defense
I think Tony Pollard's only done it once or twice.
Right. Because they don't want to run the football.
They don't want to. It's not because of yards.
Right.
It's because of attempts.
Yeah, they won't do it. Because his game is about passing the ball.
Yeah.
So everything doesn't match when you're talking about when you have a rookie quarterback.
Right.
They don't have an elite defense or one of the top 10. Nope, they don't have that. So we can't.
And when they're good and keeping you in games, you can't stay on the field to help them out. And they can't come off the field.
Right. And then they wear down because they're not talented enough. And then, boom, they give up a big play every time. It never fails.
Never fails. All right, coming up next, we'll go to Ben and Hammerhead to end the show. This is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone.
Can I get a Hoya?
Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 105. Blaine does not like my song.
Who dis?
It's Foxy Shazam.
Shazam?
Yeah, Foxy Shazam.
I ain't a fan either.
What? It's a good little song.
Uh-oh,
It's a theme song for the new season of Peacemaker.
Why are you just talking to me? Talk to
Yeah, you don't have to put the button down.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, I'm giving that one. I mean, whose standards are we?
Well, I mean, what's wrong with it? Let's get a little bit of.
You're a music guy. I mean, I'm not the music guy, so what would you give us?
Well, hey, listen, there could be some cuss words in this, so you may not want to put that down.
Okay, I'd give that a D probably.
Oh.
D plus.
Oh,
it's a good message song. It's a little bit of positivity. It's has some positiveness.
You get a like a 6.
You guys are haters.
It's a good song with positivity, but has curse words in it.
Well, yeah, you can cuss and have positivity. There's no negative connotation with all
what would be your
words.
theme music coming out the tunnel?
Oh, I'd be probably. I've thought about this a few times. It's either going to be Foo Fighters or Limp Bizkit. Maybe a little bit of Kendrick Lamar. I can't decide.
There goes my hero.
Run the Jewels, maybe a little bit. I'd like too many songs I'd have to be rotating them.
Run to Jewels.
Yeah, Run the Jewels. Run the Jewels.
Blaine, what's your theme music?
Can't tell.
All right, let's get. I forgot who I did the theme music for when we did the walk-ins on the 105 The Zone.
Something relaxing.
No, it's definitely not that.
For me.
Let's go to Hammerhead.
I was naturally hyped.
Yeah.
As you probably see sometimes.
Let's go to Hammerhead in Hendersonville. Hammerhead, what you got?
Oh, how you doing there? Oh, I just want to say that if they're going to make a coaching change, go ahead and let's make it now. I can't see waiting until like the end of the year. Okay, number one. Number two, I've been watching football since the early 1970s.
Oh.
And I remember back in 1976, the Tampa Bay and the Seahawks came into the league. I didn't have a favorite football team at the time, so I decided I was going to become a Tampa Bay Buccaneer diehard fan.
Ooh, who
and
was
I
the
was one
quarterback
from
then?
1976 until I think Steve Spurrier was the quarterback then. I'm correct. I think Steve Spurrier.
I was going to say Steve DeBerg.
I know Steve Spurrier was the quarterback too for him.
Okay.
But I'm just saying to the Titan fans, I know how you feel. I'm not saying that you don't have, you can't complain, you can't criticize. I'm just saying, hang in there, okay? Because like I said, I know how it is to be with a losing team because I was a diehard Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan for years. I know how it is. Until we got the Titans here, then I decided to become a Titan fan. But times are going to be good, and they're coming. And I'm just saying that compared to other teams, wins and losses, look at some teams like
Look at the early Patriots. They were horrible years. Look at Detroit before they started winning. And look at Cleveland, what they're going through. So I'm just saying, hang in there, Titan fans, good times are coming. That's all I have to say.
Hammerheads give me a run for the president of positivity.
Yeah.
Nice try, though. Election's closed. Voting is closed. I am the president of positivity. But nice try.
No, the president of positivity is Mr. Jake. Hey, how you doing there, Jake? This is the president of positivity right here.
I do agree that Callahan should be fired, and we didn't get to it. Tomorrow's episode, I swear. This will be the third day, tomorrow will be the third time.
You're doing a great job of teasing me.
Tomorrow, I will tell you about the midseason coaching changes and what history tells us why they would be good for the
just go
Titans.
with the flow. Good job.
Ben and Dixon.
Ridiculous.
You're on.
Hello.
Big Ben.
Nice talking to y'all again. I just had I don't know if it's going to be a quick question, but
It's got to be quick because we're running up against it.
Gotcha. Blaine was, obviously part of a lot of great defenses, especially with Titans. And Zach, you're an avid film watcher. What is even the Titans' offensive scheme? I know it's kind of difficult, because of the lack of offense. But what do you think the scheme is supposed to be, and what are some of the ways they can make it better?
What do you think, Blaine? What do you think about the scheme, and what do you think can make it better?
For the offense.
For the offense.
Oh, for the offense?
Yeah. Defense, you just need players. But for the offense.
Scheme-wise, first of all, you have to have an identity. If you don't have an identity, you don't know what you are. So whether that be running the football a little bit more, I would definitely do that. And I would make sure I got my receivers, all of them touches throughout the first drive, even if it's a sharp pass, and scheme it up where they actually get the ball, and especially Calvin Ridley. I'm going to give him the easiest pass I can because he's one of the fastest and most explosive players on the team. So you're trying
Who
to
did not practice today, by the way.
He did not practice. So you're trying to get them all involved so they feel like they're a part of the offense. And then kind of play by ear based off of your 15, plays that you have scripted for that particular game.
I think what this wants to be is a pass-heavy shotgun offense like the Bengals. And that's what it wants to be. But what it should be right now is a run-first offense that builds off of the run game with play action and RPOs. And dang it, no more screens, because you ain't got nobody on this team that will block on screens. You ain't got a wide receiver that will do it. You ain't got tight ends that will do it. And none of them seem to know how to that they're like shocked a screenplay got called sometimes. That comes down to coaching, by the way. But
Well, that comes down to people not having their butts on fire, worried about, if I don't get this blocked. And you know what? I would have them straight at practice say, hey, man, you block this time and you let him catch and don't block that guy.
But I would be building off the run because that is what is going to mitigate the pass rush. That helps your play action. That helps your RPOs. It helps your young quarterback.
It helps your offensive line.
But they don't want to be that. No. So there you go. There's your answer.
They only know one way.
We'll only know one way. Yeah. All right. Tomorrow, swear to God, we are going to talk about midseason coaching changes and why it would benefit the Tennessee Titans. 3HL's coming up next. And in the meantime.
And in between time.
Peace.